Hola, hola. What is going on, guys? I got not much to talk about. I really don't. I have not been watching the news. Just kind of not giving a crap about what's going on in the world. Alien Earth came up, episode 3. Just didn't even care. I don't know. Getting burned out from the store. Crazy sleep schedule. I doubt anybody's even going to watch this one. But we'll see. I have one goofball with googly eyes that reads at a second grade level. Might as well call him Cookie Monster. Who makes sure that he comes over and dislikes every one of my videos. So I found that out. As a matter of fact, I put into YouTube for harassment. So we'll see how that works. But yeah, good evening, everybody. Definitely not a downtrodden GAM, just a very fucking tired one. Hopefully we're deep enough in where me saying an F-bomb right off the rip ain't going to get me in trouble. Thank you for smashing the like button, all you guys. I appreciate the hell out of you. Oh, snap, crackle, and pop. Just beat up to hell. I ended up finally having a break in the rain and everything where I could mow the lawn. And granted, I had to do some grease monkey work, get my riding lawnmower going again. But even then, it was stalling out when I would hit like heavy patches of grass. Like, it's ridiculous. The amount of rainfall has been ridiculous. Shit's growing faster than I can cut it. But we're going to knock out Invincible Part 2. We're going to finish them off. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to make some things black again. And I can kind of explain some of the errors I found in the damn model. Oh, all right. Let's look at what we're looking at on the bench, huh? So we left them off. If you're watching last time, this leg right here, I went to go put the knee on, and it snapped completely off. Because of how jagged it is, how thin it is, and this little chunk in the corner missing, there is no way I was going to put it back together. Shit. You know what? My chat's not even working. God damn it. It's going to be one of them nights, isn't it? You give the trolls something to live for. Yeah, I mean, what's going on, Rebel? What's up, David? What's up, Sheree? You guys are the greatest. Stranded, how are you? Hopefully, you're going to the movies to see Weapons tonight. I mean, thank God I got Rebel in here. Maybe Rebel, you can fill us in on some of the news, and I can just comment on that crap because there's only one thing I saw, and I'm kind of getting sick of covering it, which was stuff going over in Israel, Gaza, that kind of silliness. But yeah, so anyway, this part had snapped off this knee. So I went back and I didn't like the way the leg was done to begin with that it's connecting to. So I reprinted the leg. The only thing is, the reprint was actually worse than the original. So I took a X-Acto knife, got rid of a lot of the artifacting. So that's got to get reprimed. But here's the new leg. And as you can see, we have no issue with the knee. Like once that's glued in place, it's going to be good money. We'll be good to go. Hoping a lot of this pocking that's in here is going to go away because right now it's all highlighted in gray from the prime getting cut off with it. I went and the arms, took a Dremeled this out a little bit, so we got a tight seal. So the arms are good. They have to get repainted. So I'm actually going to do a bit of priming. So I try to get one of the new things. Oh, and I reprinted old buddy's head here. So, we got a nice Batman Who Laughs head. The only issue is this. I couldn't find the original files that I printed from, so I had to pull them down again and everything else. Here is the original head that broke. Now they look just about the same until you realize the head on the left on your screen is actually about 5 centimeters bigger. And the problem with that is when you grab the body for the old Batman Who Laughs, I mean, I guess I can make that work, but considering it sticks up where this one actually seats in because of the baseline, now I can spend the time to Dremel it out and everything else. If I could actually get, let me block that damn rock. I don't know why the hell it's picking up. This rock's pissing me off. But that seats in there nice and tight. This one, you can definitely picture the, you can see the difference. This one does not even seat in there. So I'm going to have to reprint it again. I figure that's the easiest way of doing it. You know, because I don't want them having like that goofy ass neck like the way it looks. I want it where it's actual quality and going right into place the way it's supposed to. And his head's too big for his body at that point. I know the camera's going in and out of focus like crazy. So that's a fun one. Ugh. But in the interim, I also started working on this one, this print. And I put up like the rough design of it, which was not bad. Let's get his leg out of there. But yeah, so far I've got the base. This one's actually a much smaller one. It looks like this rock actually goes on here. And as you can see, there are energy bursts coming off of it. That's because the leg's going to hang out like this. And it's another Iron Man. I did Iron Man way back when. Definitely, it's got this leg. I think I might want to reprint this leg if I can find it. But his arms and everything, like Iron Man's kind of tiny. The cool thing is it's got a whole bunch of stuff that's going to connect here, like a broken scaffolding and everything else. And right up here, there's a Captain America shield that's like cut in half from like Endgame. So that's going to be a fun one. I've got that printing currently. But I might actually, now I'm looking at this. This is really pronounced here in the knee joint. Let me bring that in. You guys can probably see. Got a lot of little detail to it. This one, the detail is minor. So I'm going to have to look at the whole print and see if I have to redo that. Oh, that's cool. Thank you for listening last night, Beans. Good to see you. What's up, Eugene? Eugene, good job on that song. Like, man, rush job. I appreciate it. I can make that work though. That's definitely it's going to be. That's the other project. All I've been doing is like I've actually been getting stuff done, but I'm like spinning my wheels so fast that I haven't had. Like last night was the first time I had time to slack, and I figured I'd try that new game, that Bum Simulator, and it was okay. Like it had some funny stuff. You could pee on people, flip the bird in their face. Pretty. I'd say elementary, like as far as survival games and stuff like that go. But I'm gonna get all this stuff into black, and we can get the blue on him. We can get the face painted, the eyes done, the ears. This is all going to be blue up here, and we can pretty much we'll be finishing assembling Invincible, I believe, tonight. Let me get all the painted pieces out of the way. I also have to do a lot of tightening on his colors too, because I've noticed like with the yellow and stuff when I was dremeling it, I'm like knocking little bits of the paint off. So Marco Rubio announced no more visas for former truckers. Yeah, good on him, because I don't know if you guys saw that video. Now, the most disturbing thing to it isn't even that the guy made an illegal U-turn. Truckers do that every now and again and usually pull it off. He just jackknifed the truck when he did it. What was crazy in that video to me is the car hits the trailer. It's pretty obvious that the passengers in that car, unfortunately lost their lives. If not, they would have been banged up. As somebody who's been in a nasty head-on collision when I was younger and can tell you like the damage it did to my neck, my spine. That's why my hands barely work anymore. It was like I was like, oh my God, right? But I was like, those people are not alive, and sure enough, they're not. But the thing that disturbed me the most was the guy's reaction. If he gave any kind of shits, it was not apparent. He just didn't even care. Like he got out of the truck, looked like, oh well, that sucks to be them. Like kind of looked to his face like, I don't know. This is why I could never do law enforcement, because that guy probably would have been, I'd have been like, yeah, everybody turn off their body cams real quick. And, he would have had a rough night, we'll say the least. Like they probably would have needed a coroner after I was done with him on scene, and not just for the 3 people in the other vehicle, because that guy he didn't give a crap that he just ended the lives of 3 people. So good on Marco Rubio. It's tragic, but also like that blame, in my opinion, falls on the government of California. And the big argument there is that, well, this happened under Trump, right? He got his license while Trump was in office. Trump doesn't control your goddamn state. You gave him a CDL license. Why did you give an illegal alien a CDL license? Like, what is this about? So he could vote? So he could vote for the Democrat? Is that what we're doing here? Like, get that. Man, it just pisses me off. So, according to Rebel, or Roving Reporter, thank you again, Rebel, the increasing number of foreign drivers operating large tractor trailers, trucks on U.S. Roads is endangering Americans' lives and undercutting the livelihoods of American truckers. That's 100% correct. Rogue of the Leaf that was in here, he wanted to be basically like a trucker and did a lot of delivery and everything else. He could never go up. Now, I'm wondering if under old policy with DEI, the reason why he couldn't go up. Now, granted, he's a ginger, so he could always filed that, he's special case DEI because they're rare. But legitimately, I wonder if some of those trucking jobs went to people like that took a smaller paycheck than Rogue was willing to take. Things like that, like it goes through my head and it pisses me off. Well, if you've ever watched, I think it's God, what's the name of that show? Ice Road Truckers. I think is the original show. But they did a season where they went to India and they were driving in India and it was insane. Like I was like, holy shit, how are people not dead constantly over there from just traffic accidents the way these fuckers drive? Take the worst state in the US, the worst drivers in the US, and they're the best drivers over there. It was just like, holy shit, what are these people doing? Yeah, and like Stranded said, ginger discrimination. Yeah, exactly. Like, okay, so Ariel, the Little Mermaid. Well, when Disney did the live action, they used an African American female for it, right? It seems like anybody that is a fair skinned, redheaded woman, they replaced them with either a lesbian or hell, even straight, but they replaced them with an African American woman in movies and stuff. Like, it's crazy. Yet gingers feel no pain because they just sacrifice a couple of the freckles. So the whole thing is, I'll never meet Rogue in real life because I'm always afraid that like I'm going to wake up and feel different and be like, what's missing? And realize it's my soul because gingers are notorious for sucking the souls out of your body and turning them into freckles on theirs. Just FYI. So you shake like a ginger's hand, that's it. Your soul's gone. Like it's over. Um, allegedly. That's alleged. I'm not saying that's scientific fact, but that's what I've been told. And with Rogue, like his freckles have grown tenfold since I learned to know him, and every time he goes to a different job, he gets more freckles. So maybe there's something to it. I don't know. It's all alleged. We're getting an Indian booster gold. Is it going to be like, I am from the future. The Slurpee machine, it works well. I brought you Slurpee from future. Thank you. And hold on a second. My communicator is going off. Oh, hello. Thank you for calling Microsoft Tech Support. My name is Bob. Well, when you clap them cheeks, well, then they'll suck the soul out in a different way. That's all I'm saying about that. Just leaving that right there for you guys. But yeah, man, like that is crazy. Um, and then, like I said, the topic I'm kind of sick of discussing, but it's the only news thing that I saw that really mainstream news is not reporting on this crap, and it blows my mind. But of course, we got to go to Israel and Gaza. And apparently, but remember how I said I never criticize the citizenry. I always criticize the government over there. Well, apparently the citizenry is criticizing the government too. They had like 2 or 3 thousand people apparently out protesting in the streets the other day, where they shut down major highways running through Israel and were out there protesting, burning tires in certain cases to block the highway. They want a hostage release plan regardless, and they don't want the government to take over Gaza. So take for that what you will. But the citizenry has finally had enough of the political shenanigans going on over there. And of course, I would be remiss because I saw this story too. Apparently, there is a guy, and crazy ass last name, but dude was out in Vegas and he has contacts over there. Well, they did a child naughty video sting. And he was like an advisor or something to BB at one point. Like he goes up that high, right? Like he's just someone that was high. He got nailed in this sting. They arrested like I can't remember, it was something like 19 people that were involved in it and everything else. This dude, the Las Vegas PD locked him up, and then a couple days later, he was released and went directly back to Israel. And it's like, and of course, Israelis came out and said, "Well, no, he didn't pull any strings, all this other stuff." What, dude? So we just let you know PDF files go like that? Like, are you shitting me right now? Like, don't we have this whole big thing with this guy? His name is Oh, it's Jeffrey Epstein. That's right. That has been ongoing news, and yeah, you just let this guy who was nailed in this sting just fly back to like, oh no, you can just take your things, go back, go drink margaritas on the beach or whatever. Like, what the fuck? Oh yeah, I remember Tampon Tim's wife. She opened the windows so that she could smell the burning tires during the George Floyd riots, during St. George's riots. Yeah, yeah, like they're weird. Like they'll sit there and claim that MAGA is this, MAGA is that, or whatever, and some of them are. You can be a right wing freak, you know, talking about great resets and all this kind of crap. But then when you look at the other side, and you're like, so wait a minute, you guys are bitching because crime is down here and all this kind of stuff. Now, granted, I have my own concerns because, like I said, it can look like martial law, and that's bothersome. I don't want martial law. I don't want the military imposing a curfew on citizens and all this stuff. I also think it's a good thing that crime's actually going down. And not just like, hey, we reported stats and falsified them going down. I mean, like, yeah, I'm watching people walk the streets and like actually happy and enjoying the sunshine and shit in parks without people like, like the game I was playing last night, walking up and urinating on you or taking random shits on the street or robbing you, beating you, and mugging you. Like, I'll take it. I'll take the safer environment and everything else. I'm not willing to give up and support martial law to lock down a city. But if the police force needs that extra helping hand, give them that extra helping hand for a limited time and then have a red line like after 30 days, you got to be gone. Whatever, 2 weeks, you got to be gone, whatever the case is for whatever situation. But yeah, we pay a lot. Everybody pays a lot out in taxes. Every last one, anybody who works pays out in your taxes. The one thing that you should be getting above all else is safety. You should be able to enjoy life the way you want to enjoy life. You want to go see a movie, like you want to go to the drive-in, you shouldn't be worried about sitting in the drive-in, somebody coming up with some kind of firearm, putting it against the window and being like, give me all your loot or give me the keys to your car and driving off with your car and leaving you there. And then the police show up and go, well, we can't help you. I just, no, he didn't have diplomatic immunity. That was one of those things, Eugene, that came up. He didn't have diplomatic immunity. Like, just redonkulous. He got shipped back. I guess, I'm assuming he made a phone call, got shipped back, and just, they're like, here you go. You can come here. We don't have a problem with people that do stuff like that to children in this place. Like, what the hell are we talking about here? Like, what is wrong with you? Like, you should be like, call up that country and be like, oh yeah, you're a diddler and you want to sell video of it online or whatever, or help produce it. Yeah, you're on your own, buddy. We don't want you anywhere near our country right now. We're already in a nasty ass PR like battle. Ooh, that thing had a little bit too much gas to it. Our country's already being put through the ringer because of shit we're doing. Like, we don't need these optics on top of it. But nope, they're just like, yeah, sure, send them back. We got them. It's good money. And yeah, it is sad when you need the government to feel safe. I don't feel safe when there's government around me. I feel the opposite of safe. I feel like, please, get the fuck out of here. I don't want you around my shit. I don't care if you're sniffing around and trying to do good. Like, I don't want you near my house. You may have all the greatest intentions in the world. I don't need, I don't need you to feel safe. I've got, countermeasures. We'll put it that way. Countermeasures. I think. What do you think, Sheree? Good way of putting it. Where I don't even have to say allegedly. I can say I have countermeasures in case of somebody taking a violent action against me, and so do my neighbors. And all of us kind of understand that this is what it is. And hey, don't go mess with each other. Don't go running around the rero, so to speak. Yeah, well, I mean, there you go, Eugene. That's that kind of stuff. We talk about we can talk about stuff like Uyghur Muslims in China not having rights. We can talk about they do this, they do that, right? But what about our allies? You know, I often say this because of David Munn and Danny Boss. Shout out to both of them. Why don't we as Americans hear more about the mess that is going on in the UK? I mean, we've got our own bundle of problems, and yeah, America first, all that kind of stuff, right? But at the same point in time, that is our strongest ally, supposedly. So shouldn't we know what's going on over there? I got to rely on. I mean, Danny, I think is probably like early 30s, right? Am I wrong, guys? I don't know. You guys will correct me in our chat. You misfits will nail me out for it. David Mon's a young kid. Like he's in his early 20s. And he's been telling me since he was like 17, 18 what's going on over there. And I keep watching the news for it and like BBC don't cover it. They're over there and don't cover it. They'll cover the fact that, hey, if you criticize any of these policies, then we're going to lock you up. Hey, we're going to censor your internet so that you can't talk shit on it. Like stuff like this. But they don't tell us what's going on. Most of my news and what's actually happening has to come from people that are kids, basically. In my, like to me, they're old enough to be my kids. So what the fuck? Like, what is that about? It's tragic, guys. And not saying like, hey, look, I'd say even with everything that's crappy over here, we still are. And granted, I guess you can call this my biased opinion, but we still are the greatest nation on earth, right? And again, my biased opinion, we are the greatest nation on earth. But at the same point in time, like, shouldn't we know some of this stuff? I know I had seen something about Trump doing something, and maybe Rebel can fill me in. Trump sending troops down to South America. I think Venezuela for some reason. And now I watched a report on it, and somebody was like, oh, he's going after the oil. Like, yeah, I don't think that's it. We got our own oil. I am not getting anything through this brush. Why? Why am I not getting anything through this brush? Does not feel like that needle is moving. That's because the needle is not moving. You son of a bitch. Must be gooped up in there. We don't need the oil, but if you send them down to stop cartels, that kind of thing, oh boy, this thing is jammed. Damn, I should have checked this airbrush earlier. Get that cleaner out of there. Like, I mean, jam where. Matter of fact, I need to unhook that from the air. Like, that needle is not moving. Don't know what's up with it. Felt like I had to let's do the old let's see if I can actually get Get that sucker unjammed. Let's see. Oh, look at that. I don't even know if you guys can see that on the needle. Let me put my hand up so it zooms in. The needle. Oh, right there. See that little band there? That chunk of paint is caught right in one of the seals. Not good. Not good at all. And a nuclear submarine. Oh, yeah. Well, look. Some of this is necessary. And, you know, my humble opinion, some of this is to distract from the Epstein files. Because that's one of those things I'm not seeing headline news anymore. I'm seeing stuff about runaway Democrats and gerrymandering and people arguing over it and all this kind of stuff. I'm not seeing so much about Epstein's files anymore. Like all of a sudden everybody forgot. And with all these arrests in DC, Pam Bondi has been in the news quite a bit. Like I said, and I've barely been watching the news, but I did see, like, you know, she's all like, oh, yes, we've done X amount of arrests and all this stuff, and they're all going to be prosecuted and everything. Okay, that's great. Right. Okay, we get you're doing that into the job. Now, why don't you just give us the files that you already have? Okay. Like, should be easy. You just put out a quick package. You can send them to me. I'll go through them there, Pam. You know, I'll knock that out for you in an afternoon. You know, no big deal. I think even just like anybody can knock that out in an afternoon. Be like, oh yeah, here you go. Here's all these names. Here's some of those videos and stuff like that. All that kind of bit. It's the same way. And this is funny. This is actually really funny. Well, not really funny, but just not funny, haha. Funny like, oh, I want to cry. So that whole Epstein video that they released with the 3 minutes missing and everything else shows the hallway. Everybody thinks that's Epstein's cell. That's not Epstein's cell. Epstein's cell was actually further down, like this hallway. So if you're looking at that video, you have those two doors. There is actually a hallway that goes down there. That's where the guards were leading him. If you ever saw the video, they're like, look, he's the last one down there with two guards. It's actually down that hallway. I was like, oh, that's why the doors don't look the same. That's why this doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. It's supposed to show that nobody walked down that hallway. That's what that video was supposed to be. Bullshit. He three damn, you guys are like on top of shit. You guys are on this like a fat kid on a cupcake. Like you guys know exactly what's going on. Like he's going to combat the cartels. Now, that's a good thing, you know, because let's face it. Trafficking of people for adult relations and a good amount of the fentanyl and everything else. Well, look, you know, China's not actually providing the fentanyl. It's just sending you the stuff where you can create your own. You know, like, hey, they don't have a, but they're letting them get away with that kind of stuff in their countries. So you're looking at if he cracks down on it. It also makes me wonder about this, guys. I mean, I just thought of this. So, you know, of course, I've been talking about Z-weeds and all that. And he might not decriminalize it, but knock it down to a lower scheduling for the drug, right? Maybe he's doing that because he is planning on legalizing it. And if cheaper weed comes in through the Mexican border, specifically because you can grow it as soon as you hit, I think, the Mason-Dixon line, you can throw that shit on the ground, it grows, right? But if a bunch of it's coming in through Mexico that would undercut the stuff being sold in stores and everything else. And the government wouldn't get taxes on it, that kind of thing. I wonder if that's part of the play here. And it's two different videos that are spliced together. You're not wrong, Stranded. Like, that's one of the other things is I heard, and now granted, take this grain of salt, rumor, but somebody, and I don't know where I heard the reporting. I want to say it might have been Luke Rakowski over at We Are Change. Shout out to him. But apparently, there's a new assistant deputy AG, so right below Dan Bongino's position, and they just put them in that role, and they're very friendly with Pam Bondi. So I wonder if Dan Bongino behind the scenes is still like all pissed off about everything. And Bondi's just like, yep, we got somebody ready to step in and take his place when he either A, steps down or I fire him. Because he's the only one who's still making noise about it. Like as far as that high up. And good on Bongino. I mean, look, it's kind of like having an NDA. When you go to work for the government, you can't tell everything that you're seeing. It's completely against the law. They can nail you as treasonous for undermining national security, shit like this, right? Like an NDA, you break an NDA, you get your ass sued off. With the oath that you take when you're going into one of these intelligence agencies, from what I've been told, it's basically you will spend the rest of your life in a very dark hole for treason. They won't take you out back and put you down like Old Yeller, but they will lock you the fuck up and just throw away the key like Charles Manson. Yes, and that is another one. I did see that Rebel. Rebel, you're fucking awesome, dude. I so appreciate you being here. Actually, I appreciate all you guys being here. You're all amazing. Thank you coming here, smashing the like, chiming in, having a conversation, joining the crew of misfits as we go through this merry crew of misfits. But yes, Cracker Barrel has, I guess, a white woman CEO now, and she's doing away with the old man and all this other stuff in the Cracker Barrel logo and making it like this generic, like yellow orange oval, basically, and it just says Cracker Barrel in it. Took away all the character, all that. It's like taking Aunt Jemima off the bottle. Like what? Why would you do that? Or the Indian from the Land of the Lakes, butter. It's like, why would you do this? Wait, is Land of the Lakes butter or margarine? I can't remember. Whatever. They're like, oh, well, that's problematic. No, it's not problematic. You know who eats at Cracker Barrel? Everybody. They have their own little niche, their own little like candies and toys and stuff that you can buy while you're sitting there waiting to get rung up. Like their food's not bad, even if ABL is serving it. Like, I just like leave shit alone. Not everything needs to be modernized. Cracker Barrel has that old time charm to it. Leave their fucking logo alone. Well, yeah, of course. Like the McDonald's land meal isn't going to have Ronald McDonald attached to it because anytime you see a clown like that, you're either thinking Kamala Harris or Biden. So they felt that they were insulting, one side of the political aisle. Dude, they will never take away the St. Pauli girl. They better never take away the St. Pauli girl. ABL worked at Country Buffet. He wasn't even good enough for Cracker Barrel. That's a shame. They painted the walls and removed all the antique shit? Dude. By the way, what's up, Jay? It's great to see you as always, brother. Yeah, and that's just it. It's so woke is dead, but doesn't mean that it's, there aren't maggots that are still climbing out of that corpse and infecting things. I don't know what brand St. Pauli girl is to answer your question, Stranded. I just know the girl on the logo, and I remember the old commercials. Like, yeah, commercials back in the day, and they actually got like a pretty girl, like almost European girl next door, to come out with the two mugs of beer. Ant Dog. What the fuck is Ant Dog? Well, I mean, that's just it. Let's hope she gets fired before they damage every one of them. Because that and I eat there every now and again, right? But I know people that eat there all the time. And that shit, that branding that they have is iconic. And when I go in there is something classic Americana about it. Oh, it's beer, yeah. Damn. I jack myself up. My hands are shaky as fuck. All right, let's hope we got yeah, there we go. Let's hit this leg over again. Get her back to black. Still gonna look like he's got a little bit of a cold on his leg. God damn it. Tell me that thing just linked up again. I think matter of fact, I don't think I actually know. There it goes. Set that leg down. I just got to get these things like primed, basically. I could use this Mr. Surfacer, but I'm afraid to use it and have the. I'd have to do the whole model in the Mr. Surfacer because I don't know how it coats, and it might alter the color when it hits if things are primed in black and then Mr. Surfacer is a gray. So I might get a brighter color, stuff like this. So wait, the chick called him Ant Dog? Well, I mean, is that like his, when he's investigating, walking down the streets? Is that what they call him? Yo, Ant Dog, what's up? Come on, give me a fist bump. Boom! There goes the dynamite. I mean, you're not wrong there, Rebel. If it's coating it, it's coating it. It is the only one you need. Yeah, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. It's just acrylic on acrylic gives me a certain buildup that when I dilute it, like when I dilute the paint on top, it comes through. This will knock out the pieces of this Iron Man build I got going. I can hit him real quick. Then I'm gonna like all this for this bullshit. I was really hoping I had the Batman Who Laughs head too, so I can get that prep for because that'll probably be the next one I do. That one should be actually kind of quick. I don't see that one. It might take 2 streams, but I think 1 stream will do it on Batman Who Laughs. I definitely have to take apart this gun to clean it out. I also need to order a second airbrush because this one was supposed to be the detail brush. The other one, I found out it's got a blown seal on it, which is the reason why it keeps jamming and everything else. I'm not getting pressure in the right place. It's blowing out in a different place. So I'm gonna have to take apart that airbrush or just order a new one. Stranded, enjoy the movie. Like I said, it was a fun movie. It's a good popcorn flick. Good popcorn flick. Like you should be able to figure out who the villain is and kind of what happened about quarter way into the movie. So are all you guys now referring to ABL as Ant Dog? Is that what's going on here? How's he liking it? Is he getting like annoyed by it? Does it make him go, yeah, that's some super cringe shit? Y'all gotta stop that, or I'm just gonna ban you on my Twitter and throw you the hell out of here. And don't worry though, because I got a lot of subs and 0.8% watching. So see something. Oh, look at that. I can't even see the damn. Feel like I'm out, and I just want to make sure I'm not linked up and jammed in there. I am definitely not slipping paint like I was. Give this a mix. Oh, so she was just trying to butter him up. I mean, what's the buttering up shit though? Like, hey, if I refer to you as something that I perceive as a black underserved urban name, then you'll be nicer to me when you're questioning me. I mean, from what you guys told me, because I still haven't watched it and I have no intentions of watching it, you guys said that that shit was a pretty cringe, and he kind of got his ass owned. So I don't know. Um, I don't know how that worked out or any of that stuff. Like I said, I have no intentions of watching it. I will not be watching it. But it did explain to me at least what he was in LA for, like what he was recording in LA when he went out there not long ago. I've pretty much stopped with his content. The last time I dropped by the show was legit just to check on you, Rebel, check in on, just say hi to you or what have you. Say hi to the rest of the guys and ladies that are over there that come into my show. But really to check and see that Six was okay, Rebel was okay, and if Steve Kerfuffle had dropped in at that show, and he hasn't been around anywhere apparently. He's just kind of disappeared. I mean, she's very light skinned. That shouldn't matter. Actually, the fact she's black shouldn't matter. Like, does that just give her a different say or what have you? Because of her skin tone, like she's going to perceive. Oh, I guess. I mean, if we're breaking it down culturally, she could say yes. My experience is different from this white person. Like Ben Shapiro or name your white guy a choice. But the whole thing is, reality is, poor white kid in the ghetto, poor black kid in the ghetto, they have very similar experiences. God damn it. Is this thing fucking jammed again? I'm not going to pull off that needle. Let me see. Shit. I think I might be a little heavy in there. Where's my shit cleaner brush? There it is. Yeah, I mean, hey, look. I'm going to tell you the same thing, Jay, as I told, because Essie Wolverine, shout out to him and his channel. We're talking or whatever. He's like, yeah, I'm mixed race. I was like, yeah, I don't give a shit about that. Like, that means nothing to me. Okay. Your race should not define you as a person. Your life experience is okay, but your actual race shouldn't define you as a person. Now, granted, maybe I'm talking out of school here and out my ass. That's just the way I always saw it, you know, because I was always taught that it doesn't matter what color you are, you can achieve what everybody else can achieve. And everybody has difficulties and challenges they got to get past. Well, I can't say everybody. Some people are handed shit like you wouldn't believe. God damn it. That is a lot of thickness down there. It's almost like the paint separated in the gun, which explains why this shit is jamming. Blow this out real quick. That shit was goopy. Goopy pulling. That's what I'm doing right now, Rebel. I love it. Rebel, you must have worked with an airbrush before. But yeah, I'm back flowing it as we speak with cleaner in there. That's one of the problems. If I was using normal airbrush paint that's already mixed, that's fine. I'm not. I'm using acrylic that's been diluted. Damn it. I'm not used to the acrylic separating that much. And it really did. Like the acrylic. She's backflowed. She looks like she's flowing clean. Let's get that goober off of there. Hello, Ian. Good to see you. Welcome to the Misfits. You have a few airbrushes. What do you like, Rebel, as far as airbrushes go? So I'm using this brand because they're inexpensive for one, and I was going to get a nicer airbrush, but I don't airbrush as much as I used to. But let's see. Here's the brand. It's Neo Deco, or yeah, Neo Echo rather. I always call it Neo Deco because that shit looks like a D, but it's Neo Echo, and they cost right around $40. They have the Mac valve on the bottom, everything else. Now, if I airbrushed a whole ton more, I'd probably invest in a Wada because I've heard they've got some really great airbrushes, but they're like $160. You're using a Wada? Do you really like them, or are you using like an Eclipse? I know. Sorry, guys, we're talking nerdy art stuff, and that's crazy. Rebel. Yeah, Ian. Yeah, definitely add your voice to the conversation, man. I'm just talking shit because I got nothing really to talk about this time. Like, and it's funny I say that, but then we're discussing news articles, all kinds of crap, right? Just go with a little bit here. Rather I got to do a reload than a clean and breakdown again. Yeah, I'm getting like bursts. That needle is definitely funky in there. Like as high as I got the pressure up, that shit should be flying through, and it's not. It's usually indicative of the needle being stuck. I mean, granted, I know the seals are good on this one because we just painted a whole bunch of shit with it. May have to go into another second diluting of my my acrylic. More water in there or something to break apart the actual pigment. I'm just going to keep working the airbrush to see if I can't knock it free. But yeah, everybody has said to me, Rebel, that Awadas don't jam that much. They actually work better with the kind of bullshit I'm trying to pull off with the stuff, but I like my Neo Echoes. I definitely like the Mac valve on the bottom. It's helpful as shit. Alright, got a good coat there. Just some Iron Man parts that got to get that even prime on. And again, I'm going to have to look at the damn leg, like that second leg, and see if I lost definition in the some of those finer details in it. I don't want to do it where it's like half-assing it. I want it to look good. Even though it's tiny and with my shaky ass hands, it's probably not going to be good, but at least give it the A1 effort. Yeah, pull the needle out, wipe it down. The only thing is, I have to be careful with it. When I'm doing that, I don't like doing that with wet paint because then you drag the paint that's left over through the seals. But you're not wrong. Needle's funky right now, Reb. You are not wrong on that one. Like, I can kind of feel it too. Like, the pullback on it is definitely a little jacked because you know how you get tip dry with the acrylic when you run it through. If it's not diluted enough, if it's diluted too much, it's just going to spatter everywhere. And I'm probably preaching to the choir, especially if you've done airbrushing and done something stupid like I'm doing, where I'm trying to dilute acrylic craft paint through the airbrush. But you get tip dry like 10 times faster with it. Things like this. And when it gets on the back of the needle, it basically like reverse tip dries and it can get into the seals. And when it does, then you're just like sticking the whole way through, like pulling back and pulling forward. And you got to hope you can kind of break that pigment that's jammed there free, which looks like I did. All right, let's take a look at that other leg. All right, yeah, we are pretty well primed on that crap, so we're good to go. Yeah, like I just tipped that thing over and got nothing to come out, which tells me we're getting thick in there again. Oh, God. Thick in there again is an understatement. Shit's like silly putty stuck in there. Ain't nothing worse than a dry tip. Amen to that, brother. Amen. Yeah, I could definitely benefit from possibly upgrading the airbrush. Reality is what I've been looking at is upgrading my 3D printer again. Like, I already have the Elegoo Mars 5 Ultra, which is a beautiful, and I'm enjoying the shit out of that printer. But I'm thinking that I might want to go up to the Saturn, which is the build plate's actually it's a pretty good chunk bigger, but I could get bigger prints out of it, the whole 9 yards, without having to go into Blender and separating the print even deeper than it's already being separated. I've been debating it. I might wait until they have a sale on them again. I definitely will stick with Elegoo. I've had nothing but great results with them. Their customer service is top notch. There are other printers out there that people swear by, say are just as good, if not better. Dear Lord. That shit on that brush. It's just awful. Let's get our backflow going here. See if we can't get that shit out. No, that's not true, Ian. I don't know better than you. I've never heard anybody say soak it in mineral oil. I do know that I use glycerin in the homemade cleaner I use. Like, the homemade cleaner is actually super easy. I can use it for all the different craft paint, all that stuff, right? And what it is, it's a combination of alcohol, a little bit of Windex, water, and then you want to put in glycerin. You actually want to use glycerin, and that oils the gun at the same point in time, so I don't get that much of a stickiness in the actual gun, but at the same point in time, it jams the shit out of the gun. Sorry guys, I'm sitting there cleaning this. Like, this bad boy's getting a full breakdown in a minute anyway, because I'm going to put it away where it's kind of cleaned. There you go. Very nice. Very nice, Reb. No, I don't think your standard's right. I was just using it as an example. I don't think that's your actual standard. Although, if that is your actual standard, good on you because you got high standards. I was just pretty much saying that every guy wants a Sydney Sweeney, every girl wants like a Henry Cavill, you know? And I'm glad it cracked you up. Rogue, I was talking about you and how just a simple handshake from you can steal someone's soul and add it to your freckle collection. I mean, I'll look into it and I'll try it. The only worry I have is there's a whole bunch of rubber seals in there. Do you think that the mineral oil, and I don't know, do you think the mineral oil will damage the actual rubber seals that are in there, like slowly degrade them? Yeah, well, if he didn't look the way he does, he wouldn't play Superman. You know, do you want the kid who plays like the new guy? What's his name? JD Qualls. Do you want that as your Superman? Like, look, I'm Superman. All like lanky and like stork like be Superman. I don't think you do. I wouldn't want that. I've often said this, and you guys have heard me say this. I don't want people playing superheroes that I feel like I can beat the shit out of them. Like if I feel like I can kick your ass and you are like a superhero, then yeah, there's an issue there. Like you've definitely cast the part wrong. Yeah, exactly. And that's the other thing, Rebel. So if we go back in time and we look at Christopher Reeve, for example, which is my penultimate Superman that I look to, and you look at all the different stuff he did while he was in that role to help things in the world, where even though it was a terrible ass movie, Superman 4, The Quest for Peace, where he's disarming nukes and all that, he did that one basically below what he was even getting paid because he wanted that nuclear disarmament message in there that he doesn't want nuclear arms in the way. He used the role for good. Henry Cavill visited, dressed up as Superman, and famously went and visited kids in like cancer wards, stuff like this. So did Chris Evans. So did as Captain America. Chris Pratt as Star Lord. They put on their costumes and went in and did like voluntary charity work. They didn't do it to promote a movie or anything. They just used their star power for good. That is right where it's at. It's one of the things that I actually like about WWE/F. Those wrestlers, John Cena has granted more wishes to Make a Wish Foundation than any other celebrity, for example. He is a stellar human being. Like you can say whatever you want as far as like wrestling, he's boring. He does 5 moves of doom, stuff like this, and his shit's like old stale. You can say all that, but you can't take anything away from that man outside of the ring and the charity work he does with children. And that tells you the measure of a person, really. I mean, I don't like anything messing with my O-ring there, Ian. I'm just going to say that aloud now. Nothing messes with my O-ring. That bothers me. I get twitchy. Anything goes near the O-ring. But yeah, you know what? I'll give that a shot on the old red one and just see, because like I said, that one's really got to come apart. I'm gonna have to take apart the whole body of the gun. And cool enough, Neo Echo actually puts it, like they send them to you, replacement seals. So I have yet to use one. I guess it's about time I use one. Yeah, see, like Andrew Garfield, he's another one that he was seriously amped to be Spider Man. Like he wanted to be Spider Man forever, and it just didn't work out. Like, actually, to tell you the truth, the Andrew Garfield movies were some of my least favorite of any of the Spider Man movies. Like when he was doing the Amazing Spider Man series, and I can't even fault him for it. That's just Hollywood being Hollywood, or them writing the part weird, or whatever. But I didn't really like him as Spider Man too much. Um, I thought they leaned into a lot more of the he's supposed to be cool and hip kind of Spider Man. I want my Spider Man nerdy and, just blending in the background. Like Tobey Maguire looked like an old ass man playing Spider Man. In the originals, he didn't look like a high schooler by any stretch of the imagination to me. But I got to give him a lot of credit because he pulled it off. Like he was definitely, you felt for him. I really like Tom Holland as Spider Man, but because he has that kind of kid like look to him. Yeah, and Jay's right, or Jay's right. Don't ever lower your standards. Don't, like, if you can lower your standards, lower them in a way where it doesn't compromise you, but also be realistic about yourself. If you're a little froggy, nerdy dude, then unless you got Bill Gates money, or you're basically like really only 4'2", but when you stand on your penis, it makes you 6'1", something like that. Okay, you can kind of pull that off, but be legitimate about things. Yeah, I mean Superman. Like I said, Christopher Reeve. They were, when you look back on them now, they're kind of corny. It's the same way that what's his name, Michael Keaton is Batman. It's not my favorite iteration of Batman. There's still pretty good movies. Still to this day, they're not terrible. Like I can take them and leave them. I really didn't like the fact they kept killing off villains though. I hate movies where they kill the villain off. Unless it happens in the comic, like Obadiah Stane in the first Iron Man movie, he actually dies like that in the comics. That makes sense to me. But like Red Skull in Captain America, getting wiped out, and then yeah, okay, did you see him later? Yeah, you did. And oh, this is where he's been this whole time and everything else. It's like how much cooler would it have been if he was actually like the head of Hydra in Captain America: The Winter Soldier, for example. Yeah, that this gun definitely needs some work done to it. I am gonna have to tear it. Like I'm clean, but I'm not getting. Like I'm even just testing now on my fingernail, and I'm getting minor push through. So when I pulled the initial pull out of the needle, I must have gotten one of those seals funky. I'm gonna have to get in there with a unjamming tool and really clean the seals on this one. But it doesn't matter. I'm done priming anyway for now. That'll have to come up later. Like I'm getting plenty of air through and plenty of backfill. I'm just not getting beat through to the needle. Yeah, I don't know about all that means. I mean, I agree with you. You're right. People should just, guys, if they're getting into a relationship, should have those qualities anyway, right? Or if you're just there for the night, hey, nothing wrong with that either, guys. But just make sure you're honest about that. Don't, I love you. I want to be together with you forever. Just get them in the sack and, disappear the next day and never call them back. Nothing. Be honest about it. Like, yeah, this is a smash and dash, just be real. All right, let's get that out of there. Kill all this. Make sure I'm draining my air tank. That's what she said. Ian, I used to be like that myself, and then I got married to just the right woman. That's all. That's all it takes. It's the right person, and the right person for you is different than the right person for me, guaranteed. So everybody's just got to find their own equal person that balances them. Strong where you're weak, but at the same time have enough commonality between you. Yep, and Rebel's right. There's an old song, and I don't know if you guys have ever heard it. Now, granted, it's not sung about guys; it's sung about women. If you want to be happy for the rest of your life, never make a pretty woman your wife. Go for my personal point of view. Get an ugly girl to marry you. Right? If Rebel's right. If somebody is super attractive, then they're always going to have somebody trying to go after them for the most part. That's why I keep telling my wife, you never have to worry about me. I'm not, I'm not a sexy boy. I'm average. So you're good. Yeah, I agree, Ian. You know what? I can agree with you in that respect too. It is not for everyone. My my old roommate, Puerto Rican dude or whatever, he's got a girl that he's been dating for like he's got to be 7, 8 years now. Hell, no, actually, it's got to be like 10, 11 years at this point. And he's even told her flat out, I'm never going to marry you because I don't want to get married. I never want to get married. And she's in agreement with him, actually. And they have a very happy, healthy relationship. She is a wonderful person. He's a great guy. And it's just not for them. It's not. He's like, I'll do a civil ceremony saying that I pledge never to, fuck around behind your back or whatever. But I am not putting a ring on my finger and committing half my resources to you, so to speak. You like one guy and he freaked out when he found out you were older than him. How much older were you? Yes, and Eugene, you're 1,000% right. And yeah, Rebel's 100% right too. Eddie Murphy said that. He's like, a good woman comes in, she knocks the crust out of your eyes, and she she cleans you up and makes you more presentable, and like, oh, my hair's goofy, so she fixes it and all that, and all of a sudden every other girl comes sniffing around. Like, you're not wrong. An 8 year difference. I mean, were you 20 and he was 12? Because okay, that'd be a freak out. But if you're 40 and he's 32, that's nothing. That's drop in a bucket. Reality is that's seriously a drop in the bucket. And you dated her for 10 years, and then yeah, and you know what? That's just it. People get damaged from old relationships. It happens. It's going to happen, man. Like, the whole thing is for you to go out there and actually find somebody, you're going to get hurt. You're going to get screwed over. You're going to get the girl that, like my case, when I went to end it, she was like, "Oh no, well, you're never going to be happy. I'm going to do everything I can to ruin your life." You're going to have that happen sometimes. But you got to bounce back and keep fighting. And like, again, or you can just give the fuck up and that's fine. And just, you know, how do I put this? Yeah, I guess smash and dash and be honest about it. You can do that. You can live that lifestyle, and that's fine. I mean, the difference in age between me and my wife is legitimately 3 months. That's it, 3 or 4 months. I think it's 3 months. But we also have a lot of commonality that she knows everything about me, my past. I know everything about her, her past, that kind of thing, and we're good money on it. Like I can accept it, she can accept mine. You know, um, that's one of those things everybody's got to pass too. My buddy Twisted once told told me this, and I was like, God damn, that's you want to talk about some plain out truth. This is some plain out truth. And he's just like, yeah, the whole thing is, what do you think you're planting the first flag on Mount Everest? No, no, it's not yours. It's just your turn. And I was like, I've never heard it put that way, but you're kind of right. Yep. And there you go, Jay. That's where I'm at too. I don't have to worry about that stupid shit. Now, my wife, every now and again, will hit me with, oh, well, you're discussing stuff a little too long, all this other stuff. But it's not because she doesn't trust me. She doesn't trust the other person. That goes back to that Eddie Murphy skit where he's talking about it because she has cleaned me up. She got me sober. You know what I mean? She stuck by me while I was getting sober. She didn't force it on me. It was a choice. I forced myself to get sober and stuff like this, right? I put on weight, but I needed that weight because I look like a fucking skeleton walking around. Stuff like this. And gave me swagger and gave me my brain completely back, even though it's only half of it that I destroyed the other half at one point or another. But she's done all these things and I get it. It's like all of a sudden it's like, oh, you look a little bit more attractive, like you're put together and more mature now. And it's just like, yeah, you can go fuck yourself because I was on free market for a long ass time, and the wife bought me off clearance rack and then gave me a new coat of paint, and now you want some? No, get the fuck out of here. I have no time for those antics. It's if you guys notice, I'm on this stream for it can be anywhere from I think the shortest one's probably 5 hours, 6 hours, yeah, 5 hours or something like that. 5 to like 12 hours. And you never hear me flirt with anybody. You never hear me, like, oh, well, maybe you should DM me on the side. You don't hear any of that shit. And you're not going to. And there's a reason for that. Because one, I'm very happy. Number two, I'm not going to disrespect my wife at all because she earned it. She hung in there. She earned it, you know? Yeah, I believe that too, Jay. Sometimes you get that where they act younger than you and everything. And what's up, Bob? It's always great to see you, Bob. Yeah, Rebel, you're not wrong, especially that sense of humor part. Anybody that, could stay married to me for as long as my wife has to have a pretty goddamn sick sense of humor to be by my side. Because, yeah. Yeah, we do need a good woman in our lives I've said that before on here too, Jay, that the old saying, behind every good man is a great woman, is a greater woman. That's true. And also behind every great woman is a pretty goddamn good man that's not going anywhere or fucking about or throwing that out into the ether. I can talk about old times with ex-girlfriends and stuff like that. I could. I rarely do just cuz it feels disrespectful to me. And I have no plan of really delving into my dating history other than to say there were some winners and some losers. Some I fucked up, some they fucked up, and I ended up with the absolute right one for me. Yeah, shout out to my wife. She definitely put up with a ton of bullshit. A ton. A ton. And I'll always be thankful she did because she could have bailed. There was definitely points where I probably would have bailed because I was being a dickhead. craziness. Are we dry yet? We are dry. Completely dry. Okay. Let's get our Iron Man pieces the hell out of the way. I need something to put these guys in. I got something I can drop this shit in. I'm looking around for some kind of container to just drop all these pieces parts in so that I can find them easier next time. Let me see. Oh, I'm knocking shit over. I'm just going hog wild, guys. Yeah, there was this one. And this guy, I'm still debating on if I even want to prime him, paint him. I had passed on it. I'm going to empty him out real quick. Let's put all this stuff in here. All these little pieces, parts. Oh, banging stuff around, everything. We will link him up. Put him back in the back burner. This Spider-Man, I am not a fan of some of the detail on it. It kind of looks... I mean, I guess it fits together nice and tight. Head's not bad to it. I may prime him up. He may be one I do. Let me see. Let's get rid of these legs. They're linking up nice. So like the arms and stuff. I just want to find one either in a better pose or with a little bit more webbing across his body. That arm doesn't fit in there, like, really at all. I mean, that could be a cool one. I'd have to sand down this arm. Let's see. What is the link up in there? Problem is, it's the same one, the same guy who did the Invincible model, did this Spider-Man. And once again, as you guys can see, like some of these cuts, he did them a little too big, so the shit doesn't go together well. And when you get that, it's like, oh, that's really cool design, but you did this keying cut where if you're looking here, how it, it's like smoother, like smoothed out in there, so it cups in. So if that deforms it all in the print, then you get shit like this, like his ass doesn't line up. You know, this side, oh shit, fuck that all up. This side, that cheek looks good, right? I don't know why he's got like a whole crevice in here though, because if this doesn't line up right, look at his ass. He's got like one cheek smaller than the other, which means this leg is going to have to be entirely reprinted because of the way he cut it. He should have done a cut around the middle, dropped it down, and then taken each leg and probably cut it either at this boot and then this knee and then keyed it together. It would have been more prints, but you could have gotten them on one print plate and it would have fit together seamless. Hey, and shout out to you, Eugene and Ian. Sometimes it's like that, man. Sometimes shit rolls that way. And I can't blame you. I think like I tell the wife all the time, you know, you're the last shot at this. Like, I will never get married ever again, no matter how amazing the person is, no matter how much money, if like something tragically happened or she ditched me or whatever, like I'm done. Like I went all in. I've thrown all my chips on my wife and that's it. It's game over. And she earned it. She earned that. Me throwing all my chips on her and betting on her. And yeah, I'm completely happy with that choice. Yeah, never say never, and God has a plan. What if his plan is to, you know, Eugene to stay alone, and from that loneliness, he builds up an amazing music collection and becomes a trillionaire? What if that's God's plan? You ever think of that? I don't fucking know. It's the same way, like, I'm sure, like, shout out to Sheree and shout out to Rick James. Two of them, you know, they're by each other's side through everything. Have amazing children. Have a great relationship. So it works different people. That's all. Jay, always great to see you. Please drop in more often. We'd love to see you here. You're great people, and get some rest. Have a great tomorrow, and don't take shit from anyone. There you go, Bob. Maybe that's just it. You know, that's one of those things. I'm not a super religious guy, but I definitely have learned that all my mistakes, all my fuck ups, everything else, I was able to teach them to my children so that they avoid every last one of them. They know how to handle different situations that could be life enders for others, but they're prepared for it. So maybe my whole purpose in life was to fuck up so I could pass it on, like take those fuck ups away from another generation that can give hope to the world. Yeah, then you can have a bunch of. Well, there you go. That's the Smash and Dash. We're going to call him Smash and Dash Eugene eventually. You know, that's only because they started asking for you for ID, Eugene. That's the only reason why you're adult content free. You're like, oh, I ain't giving you guys my ID. No, I'm kidding. But what worries me isn't guys that are 40s, 50s, 60s and stuff like this. Okay, you're grown ass men. You probably loved and lost, probably went through life. My bigger concern is the younger generation that are pretty much like, yeah, I'm not focused on any of that now because they're in their years where they probably should be having children, probably should be building their career and everything else while raising kids or, having kids and staying at home. There's nothing wrong with that either. But they're passing up that point in time and then they're going to get older. They're going to get to their 40s and 50s, either feel like they're missing out on something or they're going to pop out a kid and the kid's going to come out either underbaked or overbaked is the best way I'll put that. And that's a worry that their child rearing years where everything isn't perfect. And then you get like older guys that are like, I want like myself a 20-year-old so that I can have kids with her. And it's like, brother, one, you're chasing those 20-year-olds. They're chasing people like Andrew Tate and stuff like this, or guys that have a ton of money and are going to probably end up getting divorced from them. They're going to take half their shit, right? And child support on top of it. So you really need to like think about it because they're younger and they haven't experienced life to its fullest yet. So after, 5, 10 years now, granted, that's not everybody. Some people that shit works out for them. Good on them. But I'm going to say the bulk of it, they just cash that paycheck after a certain point. Like, yeah, I got to put up with this shit for 6 years and then I'm just going to cash out. Go find somebody that's either younger than me, parallel to me, and I've already got one person giving me a source of income and I can be with the person I actually want to be with. You've noticed it, yeah, and that's what I'm saying, Bob. The younger generation, they're very opposed to children. Women don't want to, because let's call a spade a spade. The best way I've heard it put was orange is the new black of all things. And the one girl gets pregnant while she's in jail because she's doing the naughty with one of the prison guards, and her mom's actually in jail with her or whatever, and she's like, you don't understand like what that's going to do to you from here on out, like what that's going to do. She's like, I piss when I giggle, for example, because giving birth to you and the other kids, it's loosened up things down there, stuff like this, like little things. But it does, it's taxing on a woman's body when they have children. Yeah, I mean, but that's just it. You don't care about any of that stuff, and that's good. Like, I'm not saying that you're wrong, but you know, like that's just it. You don't care about his hairline, you don't care about this, you don't care about that. And there's plenty of good people out there. But there is also something where if somebody doesn't appeal to your eye, they have to appeal to you intellectually. Like you just said, they have to try as hard as I do. Well, what if dude's lazy and doesn't try as hard as you do? Then you want nothing to do with him, right? So that's going to throw a wrench. That's limiting the play field, so to speak, and that's fine. That's your standard. Hold your standard. And you're not wrong on that one either. Guys don't know what women want. I've been married for as long as I have and still can't figure my wife completely out. And if I ever did, she'd turn into something more complicated than she is now. And I'm happy, and I understand that, and I'm happy with it. I'm okay with that shit. I don't want to be able to anticipate all her moves. Now, crisis situation comes up, something, we're on the same page automatically, right? Health crisis, whatever. We get on that same page pretty damn quick with each other. But I don't want to be able to figure her out completely or know her innermost workings of her thoughts. I can give you a pretty good approximation, but I think that would kind of ruin a relationship too. I don't want her knowing all my innermost thoughts. It would ruin something for her as well. Yeah, and that's just it. Every individual is different. We're all individuals, which is one of those things that piss me off with politics, to be honest with you, where it's like the hate that ABL gets. I'm going to use him as an example because he's a black conservative. Well, what? He's not allowed to have his own mind. He's not allowed to think the way he wants to think, for good or ill. What if he's the right one and all the black voters that vote Democrat are the wrong ones? What then? You know, it's really up to an individual, and they can be smarter or they can be dumber. Depends. Yeah. See, like you want somebody who's got like get up and go and all. And hey, look, that's an admirable quality to look at. My wife is very get up and go, doesn't stop unless she has to. Me, nah. I like to enjoy life and float down the river. But that's that difference that makes us work together. Because when it's go time, I'm fucking go time. I just try not to be go time as much as I can or avoid it. Because, well, I am. Laziness is my superpower. So I like my superpower. Like, we really are. Everybody is just individuals. You have different needs. Like, I'm not going to say that I'm completely lazy. It's just I'm excitable in short bursts. That's the best way of putting it. But yeah, for me, everything has always been a balance. Hell, if you guys look at the logo, right? Angel wing, demon wing. Why? It's all duality of balance. And nothing wrong with that either, Eugene. Um, Wanting to relax when the work's done or just chilling or whatever, you should be entitled to that time too. I mean, I've been on the go. God, lately it feels like I'm just nonstop, except for when I take a break and do video games. And what am I doing when I do the video games? I start streaming, so my mouth starts running. So I'm like, well, shit. I'm like working again, but doesn't matter if I get one view or a billion. Well, I guess actually it does to YouTube, but not to me as much as like I'm still doing something. I'm interacting. I'm in motion. And unfortunately, doing this retail gig on the side put me in more of a motion again. And I say unfortunately because now I'm just doing stuff like really scrutinizing prints, really like shit. What am I going to talk about on my next show? Should I do this? Should I do that? And I start setting up projects in my head, and then I get to a point where I have to adapt to my wife's style, where it's like, okay, you need to take 2 hours and just work on this video. Like you want to do a top 10 on twists in movie. Okay, now you got to sit down and actually fucking do it. And then I'm like, yeah, but I could be lazy. Well, and then you get in a whole debate with yourself. It's a pain in my ass. Yeah, I mean, and going out to work. I mean, what were you doing, Eugene? Were you going out to the bars? You know, were you like you say going out to eat, stuff like I hate going out to eat anymore. Why? Because I fucked up my teeth and eating with my plate in is uncomfortable. I also don't want to take my plate out in public and be like, "Oh, look, this motherfucker's missing his whole upper set of teeth." Like then I look like a hobo. So it's like catch 22. It's like, okay, well then I'll just get to go and eat at home where I can watch a movie, smoke a cigarette if I feel like it or whatever. And honestly, I don't even have to tip anybody. So that's less money spent, all that kind of shit. Yep, life is what happens when you're planning for it. You're not wrong, Bob. And whatever plan you come up with, some kind of fucking monkey wrench is going to fall into those plans. And I'm going to say 99% of cases, which is why you always need like five backup plans on top of it. But you're not wrong. Um, but yeah, and the older I get, the less I want to be around people. I think I told you that. When I went back, my son actually asked me too. He was like, "So, what was it like dipping your toe back in retail again?" I was like, "I fucking hated it." And he just started laughing at me. He goes, "Yeah, yeah, I understand." I got you, Eugene. So you stop being, and you just stop being less active in general. I mean, now when it's okay to be less active and withdrawn from society. Um, and granted, you're on the stream, you're always talking here, so you're interacting with society. And shout out to all the Merry Crew of Misfits because everybody kind of shares. You know what I mean? We kind of know each other's stories for the most part, or at least chunks of them, what anybody's willing to share. And we have discussions, all that stuff, which is important because technically we're keeping the socialization going, even though we're removed from society in certain cases. But the whole thing for me, Eugene, like me, I've always been a video game nut, right? Movie watcher, video game nut, all that stuff. If you look at my jobs, Blockbuster, GameStop, makes sense, right? So for me, it's like now I stream them when I play them. But I used to be all about video games. Like, oh yeah, we're jamming this game, we're jamming that game. And I didn't have the ability to stream, but now it's all streamed, right? And that's why I say when Smurf and I get playing Valheim and we go for 12 hours, It's just like, oh yeah, dropping a bucket to us because we're used to doing that because that is our downtime. That is us still in society, but withdrawn from society, so to speak. I worry about the younger generation because they should be out in society making those mistakes, fucking up, and everything else, and learning from them. You feel the same the older you get. I can't blame you there. I really don't. Um, it's it's a double edged sword because you have a group of friends, or but you have to develop that group of friends. Um, when I was younger, before internets and all that, it was always about, like I said, I think if it wasn't about fornicating, fighting, or shaking hands with it, we didn't want to do it. And I was surrounded by so many people that I'd have to trip over three people while going to the bathroom in my house because it was always a party. As an adult and in my age, I don't even want people to come visit me. Like it's the exact opposite of when I was a kid. Oh, I don't have a PO box rebel. You know what? I'll look into getting one. I'll definitely look into getting one. But yeah, that's cool. You've got Invincible stuff, huh? Like I wasn't a huge fan until the Amazon series. Shout out to Amazon because they put that shit on my radar and I love it now. But for the longest time, I didn't know anything about Invincible or anything else. Now I know everything that happens in the story and what happens at the end of the story, all the different characters, all about the Vitral Knights, all about like I can't remember what the Galactic Alliance is called. Maybe it's just called the Galactic Alliance that is going after the Beltramites. Who the spies are in it, everything. Yeah, I mean, hey, look, like comes down to the individual. There was a point in time where I could go and just sit somewhere and people watch. I used to like to watch people and actually be able to tell you their story. And I got so good at it that I used to be able to sit there, watch somebody and be like, talking to a friend, like, yeah, like this is this person's story. I'll guarantee you. Well, why do you say that? Look at their shoes. Look at this. Look at that. Look at the way they're carrying them. Look at the gait they're walking in. And there was a couple times where I got called out, like, "Hey, you're full of shit, just making stuff up." Go ask them. Go talk to them, and they'd start talking to them, and be like, "Hey, by any chance, do you have, a daughter that's like right around this age range?" Yeah, that's weird. How do you know that? Stuff like that. Like I got really good at it, just observing and noticing small detail. Yeah, I probably will appreciate it too, Reb. But yeah, I'll have to get a PO box. I'll have to look into that, see how much they cost, all that kind of fun stuff, and set one up. I sent so the Himiko Toga that I did from My Hero Academia. I sent out to David. These motherfuckers, $64 to ship it. Gets to David. David goes, yeah, like this is broken on it. Like broke off like two of the knife handles off the legs. The one leg was completely broken and detached. The arm was snapped. Like part of the hair got jacked. I'm like, what the fuck happened? And I was like, how was it wrapped? He's like, well, there's gift paper on it, and then it had a bunch of candy around. I said, where's the bubble wrap? I was like, we bubble wrapped the shit out of that before I sent it. Customs took the fucking thing out of the box because the way it was taped and everything, they put like this one big sealant tape over it. We don't have that here. I have duct tape basically that we use, like the clear packing tape. They took it out, they unwrapped this thing and never put it back in the bubble wrap and back in the box. So they just threw it in the damn box with the candy and it got beat to shit and transfer over to them. I'm still pissed off about it. Humans are interesting. I like hearing everybody's stories. Like when you guys are in the chat or whatever and you start telling me, one of your stories, I love that shit. I love, but then again, it's also, um, it's one of those things where I've noticed this with the people in our community, the community that watches me. Everybody seems to be a pretty damn good person at heart. They all don't peacock and like, oh, I'm the greatest at. Now, some people might say they're the greatest at, but then have the proof to back it up. They've lived interesting lives and they're open and they're honest with who they are, including their faults. I don't hear anybody in my community going like, "Oh, poor pity me," and pay attention to me. I also don't see anybody like I'm Apple Giga Chad, male that can pull all this tail and I've got billions of dollars in the bank and all this kind of shit. Like I don't see that. I just see actual mainly working people that or retired people that just want to hang out with others that are cool. And I love this community because of it. I love this little corner of the internet we've built. Forever, you died again. Didn't you die like back during COVID? You did die. I know that much. It still blows my fucking mind. Yeah, Bob's got no faults, guys. He's a no fault kind of guy. But I'm also looking at maybe the community is so open, honest, and everything because I just throw my shit out there where I'm telling you guys I'm a flawed human being. I can be an asshole. I can be this. I can be that. I'm not putting on airs or pretending to be something. Hi, guys. I'm Happy Go Lucky Gam. And today we are going to paint this model. And look how perfect it is. Oh my God, no flaws to it at all. Look, my paint job's going on elegantly. Yeah, no, that's all bullshit. And there's plenty of people that are like, be like that when you get on the internet. I'm like, fuck that. I'm authentic. I'm just me. I cuss. I smoke. You know, I do lift the toilet seat when I pee because I live in a house with women. Um, stuff like this. I'm honest about my shit and like where I fuck up and everything. And I think that is an admirable quality that most of the community actually shares. Like, yeah, try to pull this shit off. It failed, but that was kind of that's my bad. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong about it. We're supposed to be like social construct creatures. I don't know about mammals. I look at other mammals and like I always think of the Agent Smith speech from the first Matrix movie, where he's like, "Yeah, mammals they live within their environment. They create nice communities where they all work in tandem together and everything else." He's like, human beings are basically like a virus. They go in, they change the environment to what they want it to be. They create social constructs that alienate chunks of their communities and stuff. They're a virus. They go out and they infect everything. So we'll disagree on that point to an extent because I do look at humanity as sometimes we can be a virus. Sometimes we can be very divisive and everything else. But I also think you're correct. I think we do need companionship in one way or another. Nobody should ever really be left alone. And usually the people that are end up, I don't know, going in and visiting schools that they don't belong to, carrying firearms, shit like this. That's okay forever. I know guys that don't get short of breath that sit down to pee. And they do it because they were in a house with all women or whatever and got used to it. It's happened. I knew a guy that had, his dad had passed away. It was him, his mother, and four sisters. And he used to say, like, it was a big joke between me and him because it would be like, yo, dude, like, there's a free urinal here. Why are you waiting for the stall? I have to. I have to sit down to pee. Like, what? Like, that was one of those revelations I found. I was like, really? Like, man, you go out in the yard and pee on a tree if you need to. You're equipped for it. You got a fire hose for a reason, sir. Oh no, there's no leaving a seat up. Raising the seat, when you go, I think it's just proper etiquette. So this way, you do get spatter every now and again, no matter how straight your stream is. I don't want my wife or one of my two daughters like sitting down and like spatter. That's kind of nasty because I'd be pissed off if I sat down and spatter. And beans, that's fine. You just get a dog at that point or a cat, and then you talk to them. I do it to my dog all the time. I'm always having conversations with my pup. And he's a good pup. He listens. He doesn't even talk back most times. Every now and again he will, especially if I talk about something depressing to him. Why don't they look down, Rebel? Well, that's a simple answer. Because they just expect that you're not going to be an asshole and leave that shit up. That's why. Yeah, I mean, going through it months at a time is one thing, Eugene. But you shouldn't always constantly be alone. Matter of fact, shout out to Bob because Bob was flat out honest with this shit. And he said, yeah, I don't want to feel lonely. And to be honest with you, I'm happy that he could come here. And even if it was for just 2 minutes, he wasn't alone because he got to tell a story about kicking a guy in the nuts and making him double over in Vegas and puke. Right? Takes a little bit of that edge off here and there. So don't ever just alienate yourself like that. You will fall down in a very dark hole, and it's hard to get out of that dark hole. And I think a smart person, regardless if they're female or male, they'll realize that and they'll seek out some kind of companionship or camaraderie or just even a way to voice themselves, regardless if it's internet, real life, or whatever. Because that is the first sign of depression when you just lay in bed, you turn off the light, and somebody comes in to talk to you, and you just go away. I don't even want to talk to you. That is usually your first sign that you're falling deep into a hole, and I don't want to see anybody go through that. I've been there. I've absolutely been there. So I can actually speak from experience, where I just cut off the world and sat there and just climbed into a fucking bottle, if we're being real honest. And it wasn't because I liked being drunk. It was because I was just fucking miserable. Dude, Ian, that is epic. I love that. I look before I sit too, Rebel. But, middle of the night, let's say it's like 3 in the morning, woman wakes up, she's got a tinkle. She goes into that bathroom, or she's got to, drop some friends off at the pool. She just walks in, like eyes half closed, and expects to sit down in the toilet seat to be there. I kind of get that one too. It's like when you go to sit in a seat and the seat got moved back like a couple inches and your ass misses, but you just expected the chair to be there and you just fall right on the ground. I've had that happen. You're expecting something to be there and it's not. So I get it. I can get it from both angles. I'm never gonna let that story go, Bob. It's like one of my favorite Bob stories about you've told it like twice, I think, and like both times it was funny as hell to me. I've never sat in a toilet without a seat. I've never done that in the middle of the night. I Rebels got it in one. I've always reached my hand if like I always like well normally I put the lid down and everything too, so I got to lift the lid. But I've always kind of like as I'm going to sit, my hands go down. So I've always checked because if there was no seat there, I would grab the porcelain on the toilet and be like, oh shit, the seat isn't down. And turned around and flipped the seat down. Of course, we wait till I don't close it when I flush. I got to watch it go down. Like that's part of the fun. Like watching it disappear. You got stories for days, most of them in a fight. Jesus Christ, Bob. Yeah, you, you got to that brawling past. Like I think I said this on last night's stream. Um, but before I turned 50, I was like, I got four good ones left, four good ones left. Now I'm down to three. As soon as I turn 50, I'm like, I'm down to three, and those are going to burn kind of quick. Because I got stories for days too about getting in fights, getting my ass kicked, and getting, kicking someone's ass or getting my ass kicked. There's times where I got the shit beat out of me. Definitely wrote checks my ass couldn't cash, and I'm all right with it. It's an experience. Yeah, and yeah, exactly, Rebel. I think it's because I've had that chair not where I expected it when I put my hand down and went to go sit down and fell on my ass that I just automatically look to make sure whatever I'm going to seat myself on because it's embarrassing when you fall on your ass. It's super embarrassing. Like, oh, I just went right on my Rumpelstiltskin. What the hell? Like falling on your ass, especially in public, is super embarrassing. Now, I've seen it where chairs have broken under people. Hell, Guido. Now, granted, shout out to him. Even though he's passed, he's a bigger dude. But me and the my Puerto Rican brother that I was roommates with, like he moved me into his house or whatever. We had this old couch in there that I had brought with me when we moved in, and we had this whole conversation. Guido was on his way over, and I'm like, he says to me, he goes, what always worries me? So, what? He goes, Guido doesn't lower himself down on the couch; he just plops, and he's got to weigh like 375, and he keeps doing it. And he goes, man, one day that couch is just going to give the fuck out from him dropping on it. So Guido showed up, and I can't make this shit up as far as timeline goes. It was that night we had this discussion. Guido had showed up. Guido goes to sit on the couch and plops himself and goes right through the fucking couch. And I had tears, like I had snot, tears, and everything else leaking out of my face because of how hard I was laughing. And like he tried getting up real quick, couldn't. The couch was stuck to his ass. And like my the Puerto Rican dude, my roommate, he's like, motherfucker, get the fuck off the goddamn. Oh my god, you broke the fucking couch. Oh, Jay, like just going the fuck off. And I'm just laughing harder and harder as he does. And I was like after Guido left, I was like, yep, you called that shit. And he's like, I didn't want to call that shit. I don't want a broken fucking couch. Like, yeah, well, you got one now, pal. Oh yeah, I'll tell you what. After working retail on graveyards and Walgreens, and some of the stuff I've seen in those bathrooms and the shit that's happened in there, you know, the proverbial shit and just things that have happened or occurrences, and some of the stuff that I've had to glove up and get the mop bucket and clean up and stuff. Yeah, I stay out of public restrooms unless I got to pee, and that's only because I don't have to sit on a seat. Like I would rather, in some cases, crap myself than go to bathroom in a public bathroom, women's or men's. And yeah, Yeah, 110%. People do some jacked up stuff in the bathroom. I think I've told you guys. Did I ever tell you guys the story of the Phantom Pooper? Before I came onto the graveyard shift, in case you haven't heard this story, it's a fun one to always revisit. There's this older dude. He also grew up in New Jersey. Shout out to him, guy named Stevie. And good old Stevie, he talked kind of like this. And Stevie's like, yeah, we got this guy that comes in here every now and again. We think we know who it is, but we can't nail him down. And we call him the Phantom Pooper. The fucking Phantom Pooper? What the hell? He goes, yeah, he puts the seat down and shits on top of the seat. He's shit in a trash can before. He's taken a shit in the sink before. The urinal, we call him the Phantom Pooper. And I was just filling in at this point. I wasn't permanent on the graveyards. But there was this other dude named Aaron that was actually the manager on the graveyards. And apparently he finally confronted this guy and the phantom pooping stopped. But for a good 3 months there, Stevie had told me, he's like, yeah, the phantom pooper, he shits everywhere. I mean everywhere. It's disgusting, man. And we got to go in there. We got to clean it up. But I've always been dead laughing because I've definitely been in bathrooms in a Walmart or whatever, have to pee while I'm out shopping with the wife. And I'll look and there's a dookie floating, not floating, but resting in the bottom of one of the urinals. And I'm like, the phantom pooper is struck. Oh, there was another one of my favorite stories when I was actually the manager on the graveyards. There is these two stunning girls in their, whole makeup done, hair done, all that stuff. One of them was wearing this red dress, and I'll never forget it because I saw her when she came in and noticed her. Like, oh, okay, cool. Back to stocking or whatever. We were unloading truck, and I'm in the back room, and I get a call over the intercom. GAM, come to the front. So I show up at the damn front. I'm like, what's up? And they point. It's this one dude, DeAndre, who was running the front. He's like, man, I ain't touching that. And I look, and there is a brown streak on the floor over by these coolers, right? You walk past these coolers, and you hook the right, and that's where the bathrooms were. I'm like, oh, motherfucker, tell me that isn't what I think it is. So I go over and look, and I'm like, oh, yeah, it is. So then I see it, and it's like, it was almost like the yellow lines, the broken passing lines on a normal street. And I'm like, I follow the trail to the women's room. So I get on the horn and I call up the one girl associate that's stocking. I'm like, hey, can you go make sure there's nobody in that woman's room? What have you. And she does it for her. She's like, yeah, you're not going to like what's in there, but there's nobody in there. So I go in and I look. Now, here's something that guys don't know that women do. Some restrooms, female restrooms, they have this little, it's probably this big, and it's metal. And it's a bin, should have a little trash bag in it. And that's where they can put in used maxi pads, tampons, stuff like this, right? And it's right next to the toilet so that people aren't flushing it down and destroying the toilet. Some places have this, some places don't. I never knew about it until I had to clean women's rooms, right? So I hit the mop, I hit all this, I get to the bathroom. This chick, I don't know if she hovered over the seat and just explosive diarrhea everywhere. But I mean, it hit the back of the tank on the toilet. It was all over the seat. I was like, ooh. And then in the little tampon box, I got gloves on, all this. I take the back end of the broom and lift it because it has this little tiny tab on it. So I lift the lid using the back end of the broom and I look in there and there's a thong. And the thong is soiled. I mean, soiled. And I go in the back. I look at the cameras, and sure enough, it was this really, really good looking girl in a red dress. They must have been at the nightclub, and she must have gotten hit with a shit spear and thought she could make it, and did not make it into the bathroom because of her high heels. And I just watched as she walked, and it was literally It was so mathematically spaced out that it almost looked like a machine it painted a dookie dash line across the floor all the way to the bathroom. Join us next time for an episode of Shit Talking with GAM. I always say I talk shit. Now I'm actually backing it up. That's all, Rep. Diapers, I like because there's stations in both bathrooms. Most people, there was a separate trash can that was next to them. I'm going to be quite honest with you. I never found a diaper in like the regular trash can or anywhere else in the guys' room or the girls' room. Right next to the change station, they always used it. It seems like parents were more responsible with changing a child's diaper. Pretty girls do shit their pants too. And Mister, it's great to see you. Make sure you guys are smashing the like buttons for all the shit talking I'm doing. And yeah, you're not wrong, Mister. I was like, this woman shit her thong. And I was like, all I could think was, what if they had guys out in the car? Like, it didn't, I couldn't find signs that she freshened up after that. But if they had like guys out in the car, they came in and the guys like, like say she picked up somebody from the club, like going back to his place or her place would have been majorly awkward at that point. Chocolate rain. See, and like Beans is run into this apparently too. That's the other thing. Like, okay, I get how guys, especially drunk guys, will miss the toilet a little bit or what have you. How the hell do women who even hovering miss the toilet where it's a full puddle on the floor? How does that work? And you're right, you can't use the same mop head. We had a separate mop head for the bathrooms. Yeah, I mean, there's some really, but I'm telling you, you work retail and you have to clean a bathroom. You want to test somebody's metal as who they are as a person. Just make them go clean their bathroom. That's where it was at. You could definitely tell exactly how good or bad an employee was by if they were like, yeah, I'll go clean the bathroom tonight, boss. Don't worry about it. All right, these that leg actually looks a bit better, even though it's still pocky from the supports. But looks like I got it at least smoothed out where it's comparable to the other. I need references. You know what's messed up? I've never had curry. Maybe I should try it. Maybe there's something to it. I know a lot of people swear by it. I've always skipped curry, and that's pretty much why. That and some of the spices smell kind of funky to me. Yeah, that's definitely terrifying, to say the least. I used to be like, well, one of my and then there was nights where I'd go into the bathroom and it looked as clean as when I left it the day before. Like I'd just be like, oh, nice, it's a day off. But there was other times where I just saw horrible disasters. Guys' underwear where they didn't make it and they threw it in a trash can, stuff like this. But the Phantom Pooper, that guy was in a class all his own because he was doing that shit on purpose. Legitimately shit on purpose. Just the way that goes, though. Nothing I can do. But one of those reasons why I'm glad I don't work retail anymore. Just no bathrooms to clean. If it's as simple as that, I'm happy. All right, let's take a look. That old suit. I'm looking at like my zoom view so I can see. All right. So the legs on the suit. Let me see. Get the right leg with the right leg. That's the wrong leg. Actually, it looks like the boot is on one piece. Okay. Let me get on there some yellow. Let's start getting into the blue. I'm going to do a double coat on the blue. Because I'm going to do a regular coat and then I'll get a shiny coat on there. Hey, you know what? At least the kid was responsible and came out. Like, there is nothing worse than being on bathroom duty for the night. Like, oh, yeah, you're on bathroom duty for the night? Going in there and just finding, like, my God, looks like a monkey shit fight at a zoo occurred in here. And nobody came out to tell you. Either that or else having another customer that's just currently used the bathroom come out and go, yo, bro, you need to go into that bathroom. You're not going to believe what you're going to see in there. Like, oh shit. Those are the ones that just make your heart like jump into your throat, so to speak. Like, oh God, it's so bad that somebody else had to come out and tell me about it. It's almost like, when the police show up at your house to tell you that somebody you love has gotten in a car accident. Like, oh no, this is not good. And like, there's policemen at my front door, and he's holding his hat in his hands. He's about to tell me some really awful shit. But look, man, I don't want to say nothing, but that bathroom, somebody is shit in the sink. Like what? Yeah, somebody definitely they shit in the sink. The vomit ones never got to me, probably because I worked in a bar for like 14 years, off and on. So I got used to that. The first time was the funniest. So I was a dishwasher. I was like 14, 15 years old. My boss is like, yeah, hey man, we got somebody threw up in the bathroom. And I'm just like, oh shit. And he's like, don't worry, I got gloves for you. Will you go clean it? I'm like, yeah, I'll go clean it up. He's like, all right, well, don't worry, I got gloves for you and everything. So I go in there and he had hooked up a hose to the sink. He goes, yeah, see this? This is a drain. He's like, most people, when I say that to him, get all panicked and everything. And he's like, you didn't even bat an eyelash. I was like, nah, I just figure you guys pay me. I got a job to do. He was like, well, that's good, but I ain't going to make you touch any of this shit because I'm not willing to touch it myself. So here's how this is going to work. And he just opened up that drain. I basically just hosed everything down the drain, called it a day. Yo, I could believe that, Eugene. The whole thing is people will do shit like that when they don't think anybody's watching too. Like, oh, well, nobody will know it was my underwear. For example, in that case, I get a kick out of it. There's a couple times where I've been in a parking lot and been like, there's a used condom in the parking lot. Like, what? What? Somebody got busy in the parking lot? Or was that like, yeah, I got to go get some plan B out of this place. So I'm just going to take this condom off, throw it right here on the ground and make sure we got like, oh, he left me with a double present here. It always blows my mind. Yeah, thank God the hurricane like looked like it was headed dead nuts at me. And then I checked this one site called windy.com. I thought I might get hit with an outer band and lose power tonight. But yeah, that shit missed me. And I'm all right with it. I just, hey, let's hope that it misses a good chunk of us and blows right back out to sea. So North Carolina doesn't get jacked up. Virginia, New York, New Jersey. Let's keep them in our thoughts. I guess you could say. I'm not big on thoughts and prayers, as you guys know, but let's let's hope they get away with minimal a minimal like banging, so to speak. Like just some heavy rain or something, but nothing that destroys them. I once got busy in a Burger King bathroom. I'm crazy. Allow me to amaze thee. Say I'm ugly, but it still don't phase me. Still getting in the girl's pants, and I even got my own dance. The Humpty Dance is your chance. Do the hump. My nose is big. I ain't ashamed. Big like a pickle. I'm still getting paid. I get laid by the ladies. You know I'm in charge. Full time living and my nose is large. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong there, Bob. I'm used to the shit blowing across Florida up through Georgia to where I'm at, or hitting right in the panhandle of Florida, like the outer panhandle towards the Atlantic side, and then rolling up the coastline right at me. South Kakalaki we get tagged a lot. It's the reason why you can get like a nice little bungalow right on the fucking beach for like 40, 50K. Like legit doesn't cost you much, but the insurance every month is like $1,000. Like what? What do you mean? Like I'm going to pay more than the property because they know when the hurricane hits, it's basically you're wiped. Like you're done. Oh, actually, the sole of his shoe is actually blue too. I didn't realize that. Shit. Oh shit. Caught him completely off guard. Like all of a sudden things just popped out that you didn't realize it. That was I pulled something like that when I was in like had to be like seventh grade. There was one girl in there and just fucking around or whatever. She had said something to me and we were friends. But I went to go snap her bra and grabbed a hold of the back of her bra and pulled it back and it unhooked and everything just like dropped down. And I was like, "Oh shit, I am so sorry." Yeah, we weren't friends after that. I was like, I was just playing. Yeah, yeah, we weren't friends after that. Pretty sure she never forgave me. Matter of fact, if I ever get assassinated while I'm out in the world, it was probably that girl just coming back for her pound of flesh and revenge. That was an oopsie. Yeah, I mean that's just it though. Like, yeah, I don't know that that one would when I would never reach out and touch somebody's zipper like that. That's a little different. That's he probably had figured it out and just wanted to set him free, so to speak. But it's also that girl's fault. She should have been wearing stuff under it. But at the same point in time, it's no excuse for the guy putting his hands like just reaching for a zipper like that. That's pretty close to, especially a female, like their chest. So he might have been, he may have had some nefarious purpose with that one. It sounds like funny story, but yeah, definitely sounds like that dude had a little bit more of a nefarious intent than oops, I accidentally. I think he might have wanted to get stared back in the eyes by something. That's all I'm saying there. Yeah, I mean, that like I'm kind of in agreement with Beans, but at the same point in time, I know coworkers that were cool like that, where something like that happened, and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, it's just fucking around, and I'm all right with it." It's really the way the female employee reacted, to be honest with you, at that point. Some are going to take it in stride and be like, "Oh yeah, whatever, haha, I think it's funny too." Others are going to be like, "Motherfucker touched me," and that's sexual harassment. I'm filing complaints with the office, and I'm going to make sure you lose your job, you son of a bitch. But if they're like cool with each other, they might have just seen it as funny. But like I said, for me, I wouldn't fuck around like that. I definitely wouldn't have fucked around like that. That's a bridge a little too far for my liking. Where that can go either way. It's that gray area where ooh, definitely get yourself in a hell of a bind there. Because then the next thing you know, all the other employees are like, "Oh yeah, he's a booby grabber," or things like this. He's willing to reach out and touch somebody. Yeah, that's just it. Some of these people need sexual harassment training. They probably get it. I know that there was so many different training modules that I went through as a manager. Now, and the employees had to go through them too, but the managers had to sign. You had to get signed off on all these training modules, and with Walgreens in particular, GameStop was kind of the same way. Walgreens was really brutal with it, where you had a training assignment and it went on the PC, and they would fire you if you didn't do the training assignment within like a month of it being released. Like you had a month window to catch up your training. And as a matter of fact, managers would get in trouble and dinged if you didn't make sure that your employees had time set aside to do the training. I've gone through dozens of sexual harassment. Granted, I also had to know everything inside and out about HIPAA in that violation because it's pharmacy. Sexual harassment, what to do when you're being robbed. Cultural sensitivity was one of the trainings. Shit like this, like corporate really does put you through those paces because they don't want to deal with the lawsuit. Beans let me get that number. That's amazing. Sounds like she needs a reduction. God damn, Bob. Yeah, I mean, you can ask for the details, but I'm going to tell you now, Eugene's already provided them. Basically, they were both friends. That shit happened. And, she didn't take offense to it and it didn't get reported. It's the same way. And you guys are going to hate me for this one, some of you. But it's fucking true. The cute guy at work will sit there and flirt with the girl. And then the ugly guy at work will try that shit, try his hand at it, and the girl will report the ugly dude, but not the cute dude, because she likes the attention she's getting from the cute guy, but not the ugly guy. That shit happens all the time too. I've seen that shit happen firsthand. And I didn't know that either, Rebel, and I am sorry for your loss as well, brother. But yeah, I mean, same point in time, like, I don't know if you guys have ever seen something like that happen, but I have definitely seen it like 4 or 5 times. 4 or 5 that I can think of off the top of my head. Um, but at the same point in time, anybody who ever filed a complaint with me, like not on me, but with me, like, hey, this guy's like, that shit got investigated. Like, I didn't even fuck around. like a little bit, because I was like, no, that's my fucking job is to report this shit if I'm seeing it. You know, like if both parties, like one party has a problem, I need to report it to corporate. I had to. My fucking, it's in my job description. I'm not gonna fuck around. Um, but if both parties are like, oh yeah, no big deal, I would still note the incident. I would just keep that file on hand just in case somebody changed their mind on it. I mean, hey, look, the guy who invented bras did a, females really a favor because what's your alternative? The older you get, the less perky those things are going to be, and they're going to start to droop, and that's fine, unless you got itty bitties. Then they pretty much stay the same. But if we're being reality based, that's the reason why women a lot of times get plastic surgery to make sure they stay up top. Some women don't don't wear anything and their stuff stays there, but when they get older, it droops and points at their knees. Yeah, there you go forever. That could be it. And that's the truth though. Like usually, if a girl thought a guy was cute or interested in him, they'd be flirting back and forth all day, saying shit to each other that really doesn't belong in a workplace. But the ugly dude at work, he'd say something to a pretty girl, and man, you couldn't send that report off fast enough because it's like, oh shit. Rebel. Fucking rebel. I can tell you a man definitely invented the breast implant. Like guaranteed. Matter of fact, I think I saw a movie about it once, like an HBO movie, and then found out later. I think it was for some reason a Jewish doctor and somebody else, and they brought like some some hot young girl in. They did casting on her boobs and then created the breast implant, like the first breast implant. I don't know why I remember all this because it was like an HBO show, like one of those made for HBO movies. And then the silicon started leaking out and stuff like that, and one woman got cancer and completely disfigured her and all kinds of stuff. I just remember that damn movie for the life of me. I can't remember what it's called. Thank you, Mister. Thank you. That is exactly what it was called. It was called Breastmen, and it had the dude from Friends in there, David Schwimmer. Yeah, but I don't know who invented the first brassiere. Oh, trust me, it's. I get it. The wife has definitely said her piece on all that to me. So I understand completely what the women in the chat are complaining about with them. Yep, and there you go. You're probably 110% right, Rebel. You're probably right. That's probably why I remember it. Jesus Christ, forever. That's a good way to get clipped right there. You got to be careful with that shit, brother. Um, a less restrictive corset, I would say, Mister. I think it's just a less restrictive corset with a little bit more support for the shoulder to hold them in place. I'm trying to be very gentle and careful here with the way I'm wording things, guys. We had this one Russian girl that worked for me in GameStop, and she was actually like on an exchange program or whatever. like a visa or whatever. And I hired her, and she was nice in the interview, just visiting America and all this stuff, and we hired her. And like, it's a shame Gigs isn't in the chat right now because he'd be dying laughing because he knows this happened. But yeah, she started coming to work wearing no bra, and she was proportionate. I'll just say that she was probably about 5'11" and just bombshell, right? And proportionate. But then she stopped wearing a bra to work. Um, she was wearing one when I hired her, but she just stopped wearing it, and because she complained like you guys are kind of complaining, the strap, all this stuff. And then I had to have the conversation with her because I would be talking to some of my other female employees. Like, I had one employee that was amazing. She always had my back, and shout out to H. But H came to me and she's like, "Look, me and the other girls, we kind of have a problem with this." She's like, "We see people coming in and rent movies, and they're just coming up to the counter and just stopping what they're doing just to stare at her. They're not even renting anything at this point. Like, they're getting in a staring contest with this girl's chest." So I had to have the very uncomfortable conversation. And legitimately, when I did, I called up the main office, got my district manager on the phone, and put him on speakerphone, and didn't. I was like, "Just mute your phone. I want you to listen to this conversation that I'm having to make sure I handle this properly because this could go sideways fast." Like, it was. And then I danced the razor's edge and basically told her, like, "Yeah, you need to wear a bra to work." And she wore a bra to work from then on. And it wasn't a big, she was like, "I understand, like, cultural difference, blah, 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 in my country." And I'm like, "Yeah, in America, like," because she'd have some like dirty old dudes that would just come in and legit not rent anything and just stand near the cash wrap, just staring the whole time. Wait, Bob's out? What are you out for, Bob? It's not because I told a woman she has to wear a bra to work, is it? Yeah, I understand that. That's like, I had discussed a different show, Gene's penis. That's a real thing. Oh, yeah. Bob's right. CYA, cover your ass. You always need that. You always need CYA. You always got to be covering your ass when it comes to sensitive topics. Um, I just, I don't know. I've had over the years so many people from different walks of life, different cultures, stuff like that work for me at different points in time. And some of the stuff I'd just be like, "Okay, let it go. It's just cultural difference." Other stuff was like, "Yeah, that needs to be addressed." You know, I never told anybody, like, if they had like some kind of religious symbol on. I've never told them, like, I've had people that had stars of David, crosses, whatever. No, that's fine. I'm not going to infringe on your, yes, you are here and all this other stuff. I had my one buddy, Haas, his whole family were Muslims. And I always asked him, I was like, "You guys find it, and they're like, "Do you complain when my mom comes in here and she's wearing like the face covering and everything?" I said, "No, never." It's like, "Then I don't have a problem with it. But if you're favoring one over the other, that's where I'd have a problem." Like, all right, bet. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, I got you, Bob. I went back and looked. I was like, "Damn, did I piss Bob off or something?" Like, no, really, let the in Mother Russia the boobies run free. And like, Bob's like, "That's not what I saw over in Mother Russia. I was over those commie bastards." And that isn't what happened at all. Like, thought I pissed you off for a minute there, Bob. That's all. Just making sure. I'm actually a little shocked too, Bob. I thought you were going to like call in or super chat about the whole single parent thing too on the last show. I even asked Sheree, I was like, yo, did Bob call? And she's like, nah, I don't even know if he was there. And then you jumped into my chat and you're like, nah, I was on there. I was just super quiet. But that caught me off guard. I thought you were 100% like, yeah, I got to ask this son of a bitch about this. Like, I want answers, damn it. Yeah, see, like, but that's just it. So I would take notes from a report, but I was also always taught that unless they, like, yeah, you're doing CYA there, you're covering your ass. You need that report in writing. You need both parties to sign off on it. But you don't need to start a whole big fucking issue if there's no actual problem. Like you're just doing extra paperwork at that point. So I did do the CYA at that point forever. But it was like, yeah, should I submit this or shouldn't I? I'd always run it up the flagpole. Like, shout out to Frogzilla too, by the way, because I'd ask him, he'd be like, nah, can you handle it internally? I can. Can you not handle it? Well, now the person's really pushing for this, and Frogzilla would be like, okay, I'll take care of it from here. He was a good boss. He really was. He was good to me. Yeah, I mean, fun times, fun times. Definitely dealt with some interesting stuff. I had one guy I had a whole conversation with about how bad his body odor was because he didn't shower on a regular basis. Nah, you're fine, Bob. I mean, you thought about it and you're good. Hey, man, if you're good, I'm good. You're good, I'm good. I just wanted to see like what the fuck was going to happen because I didn't know if you were going to get like a sixer in you and then call in and be like, "Hey, motherfucker," and just go off or what. Yeah, like Rebel was waiting too, like with bated breath, like shit. Is Bob gonna go off on this son of a bitch or what? Because you were hot that night when you came in here. You were like on fire, like steam coming out of your ears. I was like, uh oh. They angered Bob. Next thing I know, I'm watching the news down here, and it's like out of Atlanta, Georgia, or just outside of Atlanta, Georgia, a man named Bob showed up at a famous YouTuber's house and kicked him square in the balls and made him puke, and then walked off. Oh, you didn't disappoint, brother. You didn't disappoint. Yeah, see, that's kind of was always my line. If I had a female employee and she's like, "Yeah, this guy makes me feel uncomfortable. What's he doing? He keeps hitting on me." I that was like instant. Yo, brother, we got to have a conversation because you can't be doing that shit. I don't know because I don't buy Apple products. I've never bought Apple products. Never will buy Apple products. Have no intention of ever buying an Apple product. I always go with usually like Android if it's my cell phone, and I don't really care about my cell phone all that much. My tablets are always like Samsung build, so Android based. But yeah, I wish I could tell you what the best upgrade is. I have no clue. I've never liked iPhone, iPod, iPads, Macs, none of it. Now, granted, if you're making music or doing like drawing art, apparently they've got it in spades over PC as far as programs, everything else. I only did research a long time ago for one of my buddies because he was actually a drummer and writing his own songs. Well, percussionist, I should say, because he played keyboards, drums, all that kind of shit. And he asked me what was the best thing to get, and I had to do research on it. And I was like, "Can't you just go with a PC? Because I can get you." He's like, "No, because this music studio, that music studio, this other stuff, it just works better. It sounds better, everything." Yeah, well, you don't date people you work with. That's called shitting where you eat. Because sometimes that shit works out, but if it doesn't work out, then one of the two of you is going to have to quit or find a new job. Or if you got an understandable manager like I was, I would put you on opposite shifts so you never saw each other. Very cool, Rebel. I like to surf the high seas and do things that are, well, let's just say not regulation. So for me, anything that I can adapt to that, that's the way I'm going to go. And yes, you can break iOS and all this stuff, jailbreak it. I just, yeah, that's an extra step I don't need. Yep. Don't stick your ink or don't stick your pen in the company ink. That's another good one. That's another good line right there, mister. It's the truth. Yeah, you don't shit where you eat because that stuff always ends badly. Well, not always. Like I said, I know people that met in the workplace that are very happily married and have kids and everything else and no issues. I also know people, I'm going to say the bulk of them though, it always ended with one of them either being fired or, hell, I remember one couple where the chick started seeing somebody else and the new boyfriend and the guy, the employee, were literally brawling on a sales floor. Yeah, gotta be careful with it. Definitely, it's like I guess everything else in life. You're rolling dice. It's just like everything else in life. You have to look at law of probability or gambling. How often does the shit crap out, and how often does it actually work? You know. So yeah, dating somebody at work probably not a good idea. Definitely not a good idea. Wouldn't recommend. I'm gonna have to do tight ass line work on that to get that even. Yeah, see, Bob met his wife at work. That shit worked out perfect for him. So there are happy endings sometimes. And even if it hadn't worked up, that was military, right, Bob? So it would have been suck it up and deal. And yeah, you can't just blame a guy either. Sometimes it's 100% the girl putting full court press on the dude. And it doesn't work out. And then they get upset. Deal with all that. I've definitely seen guys get nasty about that kind of shit too. Let's see. Yeah, it's about halfway down. Probably should have taped this. Would have made it a lot easier, but I didn't, like an asshole. Because, like, this side, straight out, like a so. I'll just have to tighten the lines in there. Bob's like, well, I did have to kick her husband's ass. Well, that happens, Bob. Sometimes you got to smack somebody around to get what you want. Allegedly. Let's get to the other shoulder. Get up in this chesticles area. Looking at the blue paint on it, I'm debating if I want to actually make it sparkle. It was in Charleston, so yeah, I mean, that would make sense. Would actually make sense. Forever cashing in. Yeah, I'm sorry. I could never get into soaps. That was one thing. I always had the male soap operas. I couldn't get into the like General Hospital as the world turns, like that kind of thing. Just never did it for me. Never like there's always too many twists and turns. And you had to watch like back up on it. I knew people that used to watch apparently, I guess, South Korean soap operas are like a big ass thing now. Like people really get into them. I haven't watched one ever. Not ever. Yeah, exactly, mister. Wrestling is a male soap opera. You're not wrong there. They turned it into a male soap opera. At one point in time, it was just battle between good and evil, heel versus babyface. And then that shit has become like when it became actual quote unquote sports entertainment, that's when it became like a pretty much like a male soap opera at that point. You know, good triumphing over evil, evil like beating good up. And that's just it. They've kind of screwed up all those archetypes in modern wrestling because you have something called a tweener. And that's probably why wrestling's went from drawing like a shit ton of audience to crap. Like, well, not crap. They're still making hand over fist money, just not like they were back in like Attitude Era kind of stuff. Actually, Attitude Era is a bad example because that was just more raunchier content for college kids. They got that was their biggest boom, was hooking the college kids in by girls doing lingerie matches and shit like this and over the top stuff. Like you had Val Venus, who was an ex adult entertainer that was a wrestler. Hello, ladies, it was like his intro theme. Stuff like that. So yeah, for those that don't know, and Matt, Mister, thank you, because that is a good example. So Matt, you had two tag team, well actually three if you include the Dudley Boys, and two of the guys, Edge and Christian, and then you had the Hardy brothers. Well, the Hardy Boys is what their tag team name was. You had Matt and Jeff Hardy. Well, in real life, they had, well, on the show, you had Team Extreme, which was Matt Hardy, Jeff Hardy, and Lita. And Matt and Lita were dating in real life and together in real life and all that. Well, Matt Hardy wakes up one night because Lita's phone kept going off. She's out cold. He checks her phone messages, and it's from the one guy, Edge, saying, I can't live without you, all this other stuff. WWE fired Matt Hardy over it because Matt Hardy went on a rant, basically on the internet over it, exposing the whole thing. They fired Matt Hardy and then brought him back, put him in a feud with Edge and Lita. They put them together as an on-screen couple, and Matt Hardy came back, and they made, so when you lose in wrestling, basically, of course, it's a scripted ending, and it's called doing the job. If you're the guy who's losing, they made Matt Hardy do the job to Edge. It was like, damn, that's fucked up. So the good guy lost. The guy who got screwed over lost in more than one way. It was unreal. So yeah, you're right, Mister. It's cray cray. Eric, the Mendez brothers, yeah, well, good because they killed their parents. They deserve to rot for being scum. And then yes, Hulk Hogan's death is apparently Brooke Hogan. This is this is what I heard. Anyway, I just saw it in passing, but apparently Brooke Hogan started getting messages from somebody who she hasn't named yet, saying that, and maybe it's been named now, saying, "Hey, you need to watch the videotape from when we showed up, all this kind of, all the EMT showed up and everything else." So I'm guessing it might be an EMT that saw something that was out of place. But yeah, supposedly they're investigating his actual cause of death now and the whole nine yards. Like it might become an active investigation. Like there might have been foul play. In all fairness, his wife is much younger than he is. Much younger, and she had the most to gain from it. So who knows? Maybe the Hulkster went in for neck surgery and she added something to his IV or whatever. I don't know, brother. I don't know how that one's going to work out. But yeah, that'll be interesting once they actually go in and release his cause of death. I heard it was neck surgery, and that's what he was recovering from. Rebel. I don't know about valve surgery. I mean, it's possible. Like Hulk Hogan's old as shit, and you get up there, stuff like that can happen. All and he had a, I know he had a ton of like spinal and back surgeries. So I have no idea. I'll wait for the official findings, all that stuff to come out. Especially, so that's one of those things everybody's always like, oh yeah, what did the autopsy show? Well, unless you suspect foul play or you want to put up the money for it, autopsies are quite expensive. So they don't just do them. There has to be a reason to do an autopsy. That's always a misnomer that, oh, everybody who dies gets an autopsy. No, that's not how that works. I used to think that myself, that, oh, everybody pretty much gets an autopsy when they die, like what their cause of death is. And one of the reasons I know that is rest in peace, Guido, but they couldn't figure out why he had these strokes, like just out of the blue. And when they did the autopsy on him, when they were doing the organ harvesting, they did the autopsy along with it and found a tumor on the back of his heart that went unnoticed, unspotted, and all this. And that was pretty much what did him in. Because if he had found it sooner, they could have reduced it, maybe saved his life, and he'd still be here. And watching the show and talking shit, I'd have loved to have him on this. I'm not. I'd love to just have him back in life, but on this live shit, he would have had a ball. We would have been telling stories and all kinds of stuff. Yep, you're not wrong, Mister Shaq at Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Those guys. Like the bigger the person is, it's usually the shorter lifespan that they have. Plus, I mean, let's not overlook the fact that you did spend a good chunk of your life with steroids running through you. You swell stuff up big and then you shrink it. Well, it's gonna assist in that kind of damage. Same way, like if I got lung cancer, God forbid, but if I got lung cancer, I'd be like, nope, that checks. I smoke cigarettes. You know, I haven't been super friendly to my lungs, so yeah, that checks. I've got lung cancer. Like I wouldn't be shocked by that result. Like, oh, but yeah, it'll be interesting if it's a heart valve replacement or something like that. And they fucked up. Well, you might have a medical malpractice suit, depending. It's just human beings are not built to last. We're not supposed to be built to last. It's what makes the journey of life so interesting. See, I that vegan shit. I don't know. I don't think I don't think that's entirely healthy either. It was the same way when CM Punk was getting his ass beat in the UFC. My wife had told me when he first announced it, she's like, yeah, he's not going to do anything. He's going to get his ass beat. Why? Because he's an ex wrestler and he's used to pulling punches. And she said no, because his diet, he's a fruitarian. She's like, you can't really build your muscle mass back while you're on that diet. And I think since he's come back to wrestling, he's switched up. The naming convention on that one would have been fantastic, Mister Scott Bakula as Dracula. That would make sense. Definitely makes sense. Yep, exactly. I'm sorry. Sorry. I need my healthy balance, and it's not soy for my. It's definitely animal flesh and fats and everything else that I consume. Gives me that balance. Yeah. Um. Yeah, Bob. I could believe that. I actually like. I used to. I'd be running and throw a cigarette in my mouth and be able to move just as fast as without it. Um. Although I will tell you a story. There was this one dude booed when we were in high school. We're doing the mile walk run thing, and you'd get past this one spot, and you had to run through these trees. So most of the guys would light up a cigarette while you're running through there and pitch it because you're actually smoking while you're in school. And this dude booed. I don't know if he tried to inhale the whole fucking cigarette in two drags or what, but he was like sprinting through those trees with that cigarette in his mouth and fell down. And they actually had to call the ambulance, everything. He collapsed one of his lungs. True story. Made him quit smoking, but he collapsed his lung. Like his lung just gave out. So, got to be careful with it too, I guess. I mean, he always kind of was a frail bitch, but just the same. Like, it was pretty tragic. And then from then on, we could never smoke out there when we were running. So, you never got into Star Trek? Star Trek's fun, right? Um, like, there's fun stuff to it. I mean, there's stupid stuff to it too, but there is definitely a lot of fun stuff and stuff that inspired people, like especially nerds, right? And I don't mean that in a derogatory sense. I mean that in a pretty good sense because stuff like your cell phone, the guy who first started working on them said specifically that he was working on it based on the communicators from Star Trek. Like he always thought it was a neat idea, stuff like that, and it inspired him. So you have stuff like that. Um, I don't know if it inspired Elon Musk, but it would make sense. Some of the propulsion shit and everything else he's got going on with SpaceX remind you a bit of Star Trek. Jeff Bezos seems like he got inspired by Doctor Evil from the Austin Powers series. Some of the shit he does. Yeah, the flip phones, exactly, Bob. Scotty to the beam. Captain's log, star date. Which I mean, it does make sense when you look at the design of the phone and all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, I always recommend if you want to watch you need to go back and watch the Shatner years for Star Trek because like every chick on that show, he was probably low key doing stuff with them in the background somewhere. Like he definitely was chasing tail and just beating up aliens basically. The next generation one's more like kind of utopian future for mankind in a way where the original series is more like they were always at war with the Klingons or the Romulans or whatever. Bunch of guys slapping. Star Wars was amazing. It's basically just if you break it down, it's the hero's journey, right? Like Luke Skywalker on the hero's journey. The first three films are amazing. Everything else after that, they well, yeah, yeah. Especially the latest iteration got really, really bad, and it's such a shame. I used to love, I still love Star Trek, but I can't watch any of the newer shit. Like everybody's always told me that the Picard series or whatever that they came out with is amazing. Once you get past the first season, I just never watched it. I stopped watching it. Star Trek Enterprise. Well, no, I watched a little bit of Discovery. The first season had promise, and then it just went total DEI dorks in space, like Mister just said. And the other thing is, when you're doing series like that, it's kind of the same issue I have with fucking aliens, like this Alien Earth show. Some of the tech they have is better than the tech that they had in like any of the movies. So it's like, well, wait a minute, why didn't they use this tech when they first came across the alien? Well, if the alien was actually on Earth and you have record of it and everything, that these people went in there and fought it, why in the hell? Like, why didn't you know what you were dealing with in the first Alien movie? Like, you should have known, like, oh, this thing does this, that, and the other thing. It's got acid for blood, and it's going to take you and wreck you and serve you up to a queen so it can implant you with eggs and turn you into more aliens. Like, I hate it when they go back and retro fit something. Like, just go forward with stuff. Stop trying to tell the origin stories. They rarely work out. And a rare occasion that shit works out. Others it just really doesn't. Yep. First interracial kiss on TV was O'Hara and Captain Kirk. Yes. Nichelle Nichols and William Shatner. Yes, that is 100% the case. Because Gene Roddenberry didn't. His his vision of the future was that everybody got along and race didn't matter anymore. That it was Earth basically conquesting together to conquer the stars and explore strange new galaxies. Go where no one has gone before. Actually, originally it was no man has ever gone before. But legitimately, you did have female crew members, so you do have to admit that, you know? Because it would be no man, no woman, unless you're talking about where mankind has, never gone before. That would make sense. But they changed it to no one has gone before. Which is weird because they were running an alien, so someone has gone there before. Yep, it's Stranded came right in as soon as we started talking about Star Trek. So did you watch Weapons Stranded? How was it? What was your opinion on it? Pigs in space. I used to love that on the Muppets. Yeah, nowadays Pigs in Space has been renamed to Space Force, though. Just saying. We're Green Lantern Corps. They were pigs in space, too, technically. I didn't, I don't even know what my favorite phone ever was. Like I said, I never, people got hung up on, oh, I got the newest cellular technology and all this. I just never got hung up on it for some reason. I always thought they were cool, but I definitely had friends that everything was their cell phone. I was always more of a tablet slash computer nerd myself. Like when tablets first came out, I know I picked them up, and you could technically say they're just glorified cell phones, right? But yeah, Tron looks like it's going to be actually really good in my opinion. That's actually something to talk about. The twist was not what you expected. Did you like? I definitely. Do you see what I mean, though, Stranded, about how it's kind of like a comedy horror, like the ending of the movie, right? The very last thing with the like neighbor cutting the lawn, the houses, all that stuff, how they're just like getting jacked up. I'm not trying to give away spoilers here, you know. Saying it without giving away any kinds of spoilers. But you see what I mean? I was laughing the entire time. Like I thought that shit was hysterical. Yeah, exactly. They're just like looking like what the fuck, and the whole time it's like ah, and it's hysterical to me. Like it just had me dead laughing. Tron, the new Tron is basically like they bring the shit from Tron into the real world and use AI and think they can control it. And that shit is free on Earth, just running through the city. Jared Leto, I think it is. Isn't it Jared Leto? That is like the main character that you see in the trailer. Yeah. He looks like he's in form for it. So I actually have my hopes. Tron's like one of my favorite movies. It was the reason why I even got into computers to begin with. Like the original Tron, because I wanted to design video games like Kevin Flynn in the Tron movies. And then I found out what programming really was, and it was boring as shit, and I couldn't do it. Like I could do it, I understood how it worked, and you have to think in a certain way, but I was always bored, like super, super goddamn bored. Yeah, I like Tron Legacy too. I didn't think that was that bad, Rebel. To your point, unfortunately, it's Jared Leto. Leto, dude, I'm like mixed on Jared Leto. Leto, I hated him as the Joker. I actually hated that iteration, but I really did like him. Like I don't know if you've ever seen the movie with Mister All right McConaughey, but it was called Dallas Buyers Club. Jared Leto was fucking amazing acting in that movie. Just amazing. I also liked it in Fight Club when he got the shit knocked out of him. Like that always cracked me up. He's like, I wanted to destroy something beautiful and just turned his face into hamburger. And then you see him later on, his face all jacked up. Where'd you go, psycho boy? I just wanted to destroy something beautiful. So he's not like I can't say he's a bad actor. But Dallas Buyers Club, he was he was amazing in that role. Consider well, maybe he turned gay for the role. I don't know, but like the role he played, everything he was just fantastic in it. I think it's Leto. I think it's Jared Leto. I don't think it's Leto. I'm not sure. We'll just call him Mobius or Morbius. That's what we'll call him, Morbius. You know the Morbius actor. Yeah, the graphics really are. I think back. Well, I mean, Tron always had its own style. Like even back in the day, the way they did it, it was amazing. It always, like I said, it captivated me when I was a kid. The idea that it's this video game designer, he gets trapped in a video game, all that. I always loved that. I really always loved the premise behind Tron. And like there's a living world in the computer and master control program, the recognizer, like everything that's in there, like even bit, the little thing that flows around and is like yes, no. Like when you start learning computers, it's in the beginning, it's just like, oh, okay, that's why the bit does that because it's just an on or an off. It can only do yes or no, stuff like that. Like I was always intrigued by that movie. Um, but it captivated my imagination when I was a kid. Unfortunately, I did not have the patience to be a game programmer. My other buddy, on the other hand, working for Samsung and all this kind of shit, He wasn't inspired by Tron, but he was all about that programmer life. I just could never get into it. Yeah, I forgot Olivia Wilde was in Legacy, wasn't she? Yeah, it's Jared Leto, I believe. I don't know. You'd have to look that shit up, but I think it's Leto. You may have been saying it wrong, which is fine. I mean, not like it's going to insult him or anybody else. Like, we all know who you're talking about for the most part. I'm definitely going to have to edge lord this shit. Yeah, the graphics were. It was definitely like that whole movie had that different feel to it. I thought it was revolutionary. Like that's a point in time when Disney used to take risks on films and pull off some amazing results with them, right? And somehow they decided they just want to play everything fucking safe nowadays. And I think maybe that's part of the reason why they suck. I like Olivia Wilde. I thought she was pretty. I also think she got overexposed. Like, everybody always talks about fatigue with things. Olivia Wilde's one of those actresses I definitely got fatigued with after a while. Yep, there you go, Stranded. Like, it wasn't, people were raving before I had seen it. I read a lot of the reviews for it, and people are like, best horror movie, this, all this kind of shit. Oh, this movie's amazing and all. And I was just like, it was a good, like you just said, like time waster, popcorn film, something you can spend a couple hours watching. It's enjoyable for the who done it aspect of the movie. Um, and then, like I said, I'm shocked you didn't figure out what was up faster because if you think about some of the dream sequences, they kind of show you who the villain is. And as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh, it's going to be like this. And it was. But she isn't even, the main villain isn't even introduced into the movie till like 2/3 of the way through, so to speak. Like once she went and visited the principal, that's when you really start getting some story on her. But I did. I thought it was a decent, like it was a decent outing. Decent outing. What's your next movie anyway, Stranded? I know you're headed out to it, but what is the next film? You have to let me know. Let me know if it's any good. Shout out to you, by the way. We all live in a yellow submarine. Yellow submarine because we pee in a canteen. You know what I did last summer? Oh my god, I heard that shit's terrible. The remake? I heard it's like one of the worst horror films ever made. I don't know. Let me know how it is though, because I definitely heard that one is like has some of the dumbest fucking characters in it. Like they just do stupid shit through the entire movie. But let me know how it is, Stranded. And hopefully it's better than what I've heard. I have not seen that one yet. Yeah, real poo done it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, mister. Just like Bathroom High, it was the Phantom Pooper. That's the killer in that movie, is the Phantom Pooper. He's back with a vengeance. And an irritable bowel syndrome. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need like a third, fourth coat of paint. It's definitely when you're doing like the bleed through on it, especially using craft paints, Bob. It bleeds through real easy because they're diluted just enough. And if you go too heavy with them off the rip, what ends up happening is it ends up gooping, so you don't get like a smooth type of texture to it. So I have to hit it with like 3 to 4 coats. Like I still got to touch up all the yellows too. That's gonna happen. It's gonna have to happen. You'll get it to stick in certain places, other places it won't stick right. Like let me see if I can find it on the damn chest. See if you can see it. See like right here, how this yellow right here where my thumb is darker versus this yellow. It's not because I highlighted, it's because it had a thicker chunk of pigment stick to it. Like craft paints, unless I dilute it, it's not going to go on smooth. And if I dilute it, it's going to take like 6 or 7 coats versus like 3 or 4. Yeah, I mean, enjoy it, Stranded. Hopefully it's a good movie. Hopefully it's good. But like I said, I've not heard good things about it. Like I heard like it's basically like, hey, I heard a noise over there. Well, let's go investigate it, friend. Like that kind of dumb shit. I Know What You Did Last Summer is one of the can't be beat. It was okay. Um, when they kept following it up, it wasn't okay. Like all the follow ups to it were like, Jesus Christ, again. Like, didn't you already wreck this dude? Oh, look, it's his cousin's brother's uncle's roommate from college that is coming back for revenge this time. Like, motherfucker. B D D D D. 72 degree. See, that worries me. So, South Kakalaki, right? Let me see. Does it tell me what my temperature is here? What do we got? Oh, of course, it doesn't tell me. Let me look at my other non texting tablet. It's 75 degrees here. That worries me. The only time temperature drops to that level during August is usually when there's a nasty ass storm coming. It's like the first thing to happen. All of a sudden, the temperature drops out of everything. Very worrisome. Very, very worrisome. See, like you just said, Bob, Chesapeake, 70 degrees out, right? South Carolina, near the Georgia border, should not be 5 degrees warmer than up there. Make sure they check the and fill the blinker fluid. Yeah, headlight fluid, and that can be a bitch when it runs dry. There, Mister. Definitely, definitely can cause an accident. So, guys, you know, thinking about this and just randomly, as usual, my shit's random. What do you guys think the chances are that Ukraine and Russia go to peace? Just throw this out there. What do you guys think? Think they're going to be able to nail out a peace deal? Do you think that war's still going to be going on? What do you guys think is going to happen? That meeting's going to be coming up probably in a couple of weeks. You guys think they're actually going to hammer it out, or you think it's just a delay tactic so that Russia can get an upper hand, or Ukraine can get an upper hand, or the U.S. can get an upper hand? What are you guys thinking? You think World War III escalation is the only thing left? So, Mister, you think the peace doesn't have a shot then in this? It's just kind of a time waster. I mean, I'm being honest here. Like, I think they got a shot at it, but Zelensky's going to have to give up some shit. Like, he's going to concede way more than Russia, and that's where I think this shit's going to get hung. If he's too prideful going into it, or doesn't want to submit, so to speak, I think that's where this shit goes off the rails. Wow, really, Mister? You think it's going to escalate like that, huh? I can't see us putting troops over there. I can see us putting NATO troops in there. No Americans, but like Italians, maybe French, something like this, like Germans. I can't see them putting Americans though. Like I can't see us shipping people out there. I think Donald Trump's trying to avoid that at all costs. I mean, you could be right. Um, I could be wrong, but I don't see American troops touching foot over there. At least ones that are acknowledged on paper. Well, if Xi Jinping is to be believed, Mister, he's already told Trump that there is no way that they're going to invade Taiwan on his watch. I think that is because of trade deals and shit, though. So if trade deal goes south, I could see him doing it, going back on his word. But that's been pretty much publicly announced in China and from the U.S. media too. NATO peacekeepers and drones, I can absolutely see being on the border. I think that's part of the security guarantees. You think if you well, and I mean that makes sense too. He would have met with, but the whole thing is, would Zelensky have met with Putin? Because let's face it, I'm not saying this is the entire motivation, but I see Zelensky as the guy who is capitalizing off of all this chaos the most because he's got all this money that's semi untraceable going into his country and being able to distribute it in quote unquote war areas or weapons or what have you, and no real oversight on any of that. So he can either line his pockets, he can line the country's pockets, whatever you want to say, or make some Ukrainian oligarch really, really rich off of everything happening. And I wish I didn't think that way. I just do. Yeah, I mean, I hear stuff here and there. When there's a major strike, you're not wrong. Since Trump got in, you don't hear as much about it, except for when there's something like when they hit Moscow with all those drones. Like they did that coordinated drone assault. But apparently that was planned like 6 months before the US election even happened or something. They've just been trying to coordinate it. If Putin does or Zelensky does, Bob, because with Putin, if he continues the war, it's going to hurt his economy a lot worse because of the secondary sanctions that Trump's going to impose. So if he imposes them on India, India will stop consuming as much of their oil. To be honest with you, they'll probably go to Iranian oil at that point. It's closer anyway. They may not get it for as cheap, but I don't know. And Putin's never getting ousted. Zelensky, on the other hand, they should have already had an election. And it's been delayed because of the war. But I'm always curious. Like, you guys are bringing up a lot of good points. Like, I don't think we'll see nukes going off or anything, Like, I don't think it's going to get to that point. But I do think Mister is right that probably those security guarantees are like basically the equivalent of Israel's Iron Dome, but with drones instead, and then a lot of NATO peacekeepers sitting on that border. So this way, if they get hit, then you're bringing all of NATO in, which would include America, into the war. I mean, I don't know. I just want all that shit to end. If I'm being quite honest. I just want to see people not trying to hide to escape Ukraine, so they don't get sent to a front line and shit. Like that's terrible. Or people having to flee their homes. That was one news article that actually was. I'm not even going to lie. A little bit was a bit worrying to me. That apparently they're talking about some of the Gazan refugees being sent to the U.S. And I'm like, no, 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 no. I get it. Maybe they're kids or whatever, but we don't want more refugees from anywhere. Keep them. Yeah, I want no wars either. Like, I don't think we'll get to a Star Trek kind of thing. Actually, a weird one too, and I would like Mister's thoughts on this. So apparently, that new object that they're tracking in space that's gonna just miss us, all that kind of stuff. Apparently, it's emitting its own light. Do you think that could be star reflection? In your opinion, like maybe a gas surface on there, or gas pockets that are when they're passing by some kind of sun or igniting, or do you think that could be some kind of interstellar like probe slash, alien thing. Yep, Mister, you're right. I forgot about that. I did see something about they hit a U.S. factory or some shit. Well, I mean, hey, there could be two groups. There could be 2,000. Who knows? I don't know. I can tell you this much. I'm not privy to that, so I'm not sure. Also, who the fuck wants to control the world? Why would you want to control this bullshit? Like, wouldn't it get really mundane and boring after a point? Controlling everything? Like, then again, I don't grasp for power, so I guess I couldn't completely understand. Fair enough, Beans. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm not sure, Bob. I'm not sure on that one. I've always heard kind of the opposite with the war going. Their economies kind of improved. Um, I mean, it'll really improve if they do go to peace and Trump sends them like AI chips or something, makes some kind of business deal with them. I could see them definitely getting boosted in that arena. And yeah, Eugene, maybe it's got a fucked up core. Maybe there is something hot inside of it, almost like a comet. But supposedly it's just like an asteroid. So that tells me if it's loosely packed shit and there's gas escaping, it could be something. Yep. And like I always say this, that this is always a GAM thing, but I do like to look up and make sure we don't get hit by something that would eradicate us from the face of the planet. Whether you believe God threw it at us or just a force of nature, doesn't change the fact that there is proof that we have been pelted by nasty asteroids. That I mean, what is it? I always want to call it Tuskegee, Tuska something, Tuscadero. I don't know. Somewhere out in Russia, there was actually an asteroid that exploded in our atmosphere and like leveled all these trees and shit. I can never remember what the hell the incident was called, but it was over an unpopulated area in Siberia, and everybody saw it and was freaked the fuck out. Like, what the fuck was that? Let me see something. Can I actually see if this thing will dry better? Like, I'll just bang that light around. I actually hang that foot right there so this way it can dry. This leg. That where this one goes? Looks like it goes there. And I can kind of see the top end of it, even if you guys can't. Like on this boot piece here needs to get coated. Oh, God damn it! Now I'm hitting wires. I just had this damn thing rolling on the desk a little bit too much. It won't hang in there. I'm gonna have to hot glue gun that shit in. Swear to God, the base feels too big for this for some reason. Getting back in there is a bitch. Yeah, I don't even think we can count them all. We can just guesstimate. And if we're talking about space, space is supposedly always expanding. So new stars die and then stars are formed. I mean, take it for what you will. That'd be interesting. And yeah, guys are always interested. I'm always interested in space. I mean, as we were told in Star Trek, It is the final frontier, right? I mean, reality is, I think we should check our oceans, but you know, they're right here and they're local. Like you can go out there at any point in time and just start mapping them. We don't do that shit. 3 years ago. Hmm. You've been on ABL a lot longer than that, though. So you were married when you were like modding, or I swear to God, time either passes really fast in my brain or really, really slow. Like, I look at stuff and I'm like, wow, that was like 8 years ago that shit happened. And then there's other stuff I'm like, that feels like it was 8 years ago and it was 3 days ago. Like, what the fuck? Just throws me off every time. Screws me all up. Like, I can't believe how long I've been married for example. Like, that always screws me up. I feel like I got married like 2 years ago. Then I look get shit like statements from my mortgage that are like, you've owned your house for 10 years. What? Yes, we're supposed to be talking about Rome. We're men. We make our own beef jerky. We shit with the door open. We walk around scratching our balls. You know, all those manly things we're supposed to do. Supposed to walk around in hot weather and say, hey, how about that heat? You know, it's actually going on a little bit smoother on these upper coats, which is a good thing. 'Cause I don't feel like tearing it down and rebuilding it from scratch. Like building up layers just to tear them all down, and we're gonna hit it with this color now. Yeah, I can't even remember what I had for breakfast. I didn't eat. I was afraid of getting hit with a shit spear on stream, so the wife made like kielbasa and something else. It's like, you gonna eat before stream? I'm like, I don't want to run that risk that like the sweet crowd or whatever hits my gut just wrong. I'm just on stream like, guys, I'm trying to hold it. Urgh. Somebody get me a gramper. Definitely not a good look. Shitting yourself on a live stream. I mean, hey, maybe we'll attract a different type of audience, but it's not the type of audience I would truly want. Yeah, I'm the same way, Bob. I usually I'll snack here and there every now and again, but I really just have one actual substantial meal, and I don't want to say I gorge myself, but I definitely pack it in to a point where my wife gets pissed at me for that shit. She's just like, you need to space it out. You need to space your mealing out. Eat three smaller meals instead of just powering one. Lord. Yeah, we already had the shit talk, Bob. Um, and that is funny. Speaking of the devil, Walmart's hiring for janitors. I wonder what they deal with. Like, I wonder what a Walmart janitor like. Yeah, so there was a fight down aisle 7. Can you please clean up the fingernails and weave from the floor? Like, oh shit. I've seen some wild ass brawls on video from like Walmarts. Crazy shit. Like baby mamas fighting with each other in the middle of the store, all kinds of stuff. Like, here, hold my kid. Just, which it's a Walmart. Wouldn't you, like if I was going to get in a fight in a Walmart, I'd immediately go to the hardware aisle and like grab stuff like hatchets, saw blades, go over to sporting goods, grab a baseball bat. Like you got so much stuff right there at your fingertips. If you're going to get into some shit at a Walmart, hell, you can go in the hardware section, grab a crowbar and some saw blades, allegedly. Again, this is not advice on how to, really wreck people in a Walmart. I'm just saying that's what I would do. Did I cover that all right? Sure, I get myself in and out of trouble there. I'm always shocked when people are just like, yeah, I'm just going to throw hands and push you into things. And nobody ever grabs like obvious household implements that could be turned into very deadly weapons. You worked for Walmart? Yeah. Yeah. And the pay rate, yeah, the pay rate, they definitely stepped that up. Even here, working Walmart, if it sucks, they pay you pretty damn good. Like but I'm sure some of the work has got to be like Eugene will tell us. It's got to be like brutal because they carry so many different damn things. Stocking them all would be a bitch. Being a sales associate, some of those people that come up with just cartloads of shit has got to be brutal. Running a register, being a manager's got to really be rough, especially come the holiday season. I've heard people that really love it, really hate it. Yeah, I don't have any Costco's out where I live. We got Sam's Club. That's about it, which is basically like bigger box Walmart. But yeah, Costco. Everybody's always said they're pretty good with the loot they pay. I mean, there are some companies out there that definitely take care of their employees to an extent, or keep up with the living wage. Then there's others that just like Walgreens is one of them. The owner sold out, like the original Walgreens family. He sold it off, and he said, "I'm selling my stocks because my grandfather's dream of somebody being able to work at a pharmacy, being a cashier, and loyal to the company for 20 years is dead." And goddamn, if he wasn't right, they started reducing everything and screwing people on it, reducing their checks, like whole 9 yards, killing bonuses. It was actually a place because the guy who started it, he really did. He actually cared about the people that work for him. Go figure that one out. And then it slowly moved over to after he passed away, it moved to a whole board that oversaw everything, all that. They mixed with Boots Alliance from the UK. So then all of a sudden, European practices started coming into play that don't play well in America. Yeah, I mean, well, that mom and pop store, they can't keep up with that. They can't keep up with the pay rate because there's a reason they're a small store. They're probably just breaking even. And lucky they're even offering $9 an hour. Um, Target may be good. I haven't heard too many complaints about Target from Target employees about the store being shitty, the store being good, any of that kind of shit. So I don't know. I can't tell you firsthand or anything. I know working at Best Buy, I knew somebody who worked there, and they were like, "Yeah, it sucks. Like it's bullshit," and they sell kind of inferior products. And it's like if they sell a good product, they overcharge you for it. Like you can go to a Sam's Club, Walmart, a Target, and find that same product for like 10% cheaper, for example. That's just what I've been told. I don't know that as fact, though. Target is ass. Why is Target ass? Is it because of the gender neutral like clothing line or something they put out? Is that why it's ass? I mean, I go in there and I go to either the electronics section and I'll find games cheaper sometimes. I do the same thing with Walmart though. And Target usually has a better selection of toys, like figures and shit. They'll have stuff that the others don't stock. Like I don't know if they got exclusivity rights or whatever. So I find stuff in there every now and again that works for me. But I rarely go into a Target, so I don't know. I just know somebody called it bougie once. Maybe it was ABL. And I was like, bougie? You think that shit's bougie? My God. Like, I was just looking at, there's actually, and shout out to them. There was a Joker action figure, Heath Ledger Joker figure. Shit cost $1,700. And whoever designed it and made it, that shit is lifelike. Like, it looks like you actually have the actor in figure form. It's just unbelievable how beautiful this thing sculpted, cast, all that stuff. The face changes expressions. You can actually pop the eyeballs out of it. The eyeballs have like little magnets, so you can change which direction they're looking in. Everything's posable on. It was just impressive. Everyone $10, 10 hours a week. See, like, hmm, that's one of those things, right? They hire everybody on $15 an hour, give you 10 hours a week. Okay, I can understand that. That's a good shout out and a good call out, right? But I always ask this question. There's never been a job I went into and said, "Yeah, I'm going to start at bottom rung and I'll just sit here for the next 10 years of my life." Isn't there a way to work your way into management? That's my question. That's always my question. Okay, so if you're looking at it from that point of view, are you just doing it as a minor job or are you doing it as like kind of, I wouldn't call it a career move, but I'm going to go up the ranks and then they keep you at 10 hours a week. So like maybe you can get it up to like when they first hire you, or you starting out at 10 hours a week and then you earn your way up the ladder, or is it you're stuck there? Like there's no motion at all. Because if there's no motion at all, then you need to quit and find another job, or keep that job till you find another job. But you need to get the fuck out. Like if somebody told me, yeah, you're hired on here, and they're, just to let you know, average motion to get to a manager is a year, right? You can do that faster if you show that you're substantially better, you know, that kind of thing. All right. But if you sit there and say, yeah, it takes like 5 years to get to the next position, like, yeah, I'm the fuck out of here. There's no way I'm going to cut my teeth on like a cash register and all that stuff to wait that long to go up the ranks. Yeah, it could also be one of those jobs like, you know, you do it on the side. Like if I was interested in never going back into retail, which I have no fucking desire, you know, I'd go to a big box store like a Target or a Walmart or something. And so if it wasn't you, it was your daughter. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know if that was like a you experience, like you worked there for a little bit and you could tell me what it's like. I mean, I did have people that work for me at Walgreens. I would have conversations with them, and they came from like Target and shit, and they loved it. They were like, "Yeah, Target was really good. They just didn't pay us enough." For example, one lady had told me, she was a really cool lady, very nice. But she was like, "Yeah, we used to have these meetings all the time, like this kind of shit, and they didn't pay me." And then they, of course, they boosted the pay scale. So who knows? It wasn't long after that. It was like, yeah, they're hiring starting like $15 an hour because they can't find people to work. Like that makes sense. But if they're scheduling you 10 hours and paying you $15, I mean, you better have like two other jobs lined up because you're fucked. Best paper towels I found from my buck is actually at Sam's Club. That's just me though. Like I've always found Sam's Club has really good paper towels, and I don't know if it's Sam's brand. I'd have to find like they come in like a 25 pack. These paper towels, but they do the job pretty damn well, and they don't break the bank on you. I go through a lot of paper towels between the 3D printing shit and having to dry off everything, and then of course you'll see me use paper towel all the time in the background to clean prints, clean brushes, all that stuff. I'm constantly using paper towels. All right, now for the funnest part of this all. See if I can't get right up to the line without fucking this up. Yeah, Starbucks. I could believe that. I could definitely see that. I mean, no offense, because I think you've worked there, but I can't see anybody going, "Yeah, I want to work at fucking Starbucks" either. Like maybe there's somebody who's super into the coffee, but you know, and if that's you, then shout out. But yeah, I can't see anybody saying, "Yeah, I want to be long term with a Starbucks." It just doesn't hit right. Um, like for me, I like Walgreens when I first started. I was like, "Who the fuck wants to work at a Walgreens?" Right? And then actually working there, first year I was there, it's actually a really good fucking company to work for, believe it or not. And then it slowly got shittier and shittier as corporate really came into play. Like, it was actually much better. Like the store managers basically picked the layout of their store, everything. Like you could merchandise stuff as long as you had the tag on there and everything. You could fit like 20 pounds of shit in a 10-pound bag, you know? Um, and then slowly but surely it was like, no, it has to be done. Everything by planogram, everything by this, everything. And they took the personality out of the store. Damn, you use a bidet forever? I just wipe with my underwear and throw the underwear in the trash. That's how I've been doing things lately. Yeah, in all honesty, all my wipes are Cottonelle like wet wipe kind of deal. And before I even go to wipe, I put on radiation proof gloves just to make sure that I don't melt the skin off my hands. Well, then start cutting your jeans down by a strip each time, so this way they get down to like clam diggers, right? Where they're or capri, I guess you could call that style. And then eventually they'll become shorts, and then they'll become underwear on their own. You'll have like Daisy Dukes for a little bit, and then they'll just become underwear. That's how you do it. Just make sure you're alternating between the legs every time you cut. That's it. All right, that's looking good. This one needs to get tightened up a bit. I'm seeing a lot of shit in there. Let me tighten this side up, especially towards, and actually the tip of this boot is funky too. Let me fix that. Got to go to the yellow, and then of course the unfortunate part of doing his skin on his face. Anywhere I'm seeing a little bit of bleed through from the light. Try and get these as solid as possible. Oh, that gooped. Oh, that gooped way too much. There we go. That's a little bit better. Now, it didn't wipe away some color. The paint had, for lack of a better term, coagulated. So when I hit it and got it on the brush, it gooped up, and I had to spread it way the hell out because it was just like this whole blob of paint all in one spot. I mean, you could technically say it dried, but yeah, we are looking not bad. And actually, I'm seeing a little bleed through right here on the calf. It's got to get cleaned up. Clean up this little bit of bullshit all around before I get any yellow. I mean, I'm starting to dig it. Wasn't real sure about it when I first started hitting this blue, but as it's coating on there, I'm matching. Oh, the lighting threw it off. Yeah, that happens. Yeah, I'm actually wasn't really feeling it at first. I'm like, I don't know if this is gonna look right. It's starting to look right though. Granted, I gotta tighten up all the yellows. Yeah, I still am pissed about that cut right here. The way he cut that shit out. It doesn't look terrible. We're starting to look like it's supposed to look. Head's gonna have to get some love here in a minute. God damn, guys. Ah, yeah, it's labor of love and a labor of getting pissed off too doing these things. Because you'll see something and be like, God damn it, I missed this. Man, that needs to get tightened up right there. Oh, that looks like shit. And then sometimes it works out and you're just like, yeah, that came out cool. I'm definitely going to have to mark. Look at me blue is what that blue is. But I didn't even realize that shit is about empty. All right, let's see if we can't tighten up this yellow a little. Yeah, I saw the new. I was talking about that earlier. For actually, I think that might have been before you were in the stream. Your shit pissed me off. Like, just leave shit alone. Like, I like the old guy on the logo. It was unique to them. Something that's been in their branding forever. But it feels soulless. I think that's the problem. That logo feels soulless now. Like, it almost feels like generic branding. Like, it doesn't hit right. It feels like it could be any brand that just does that logo. There's nothing unique or special to it or interesting. Yeah, I know I just tagged that out with a little yellow right there. Got it right in the damn black, right outside the lines. You can see the shake of my fucking hand too. God damn it. The only problem with having a jacked up neck and jacked up hands. Try and pull a nice clean straight line, you get sloppy with it. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think I even titled this one. I got nothing to talk about, LOL, because it was literally legitimately like I didn't come into this with some kind of, all right, we're going to talk about, Russia, Ukraine. We're going to talk about Israel, God. We're going to talk about that with that. It was just throw everything at the wall. Because I've kind of been out of it lately, say the least. Probably the best way of saying that, too. Kind of been out of it. Where normally I'm on top of things, but I do want to finish. I started watching AJ Gentile, which you guys would know is AJ from the Y Files. He was actually on the Sean Ryan show, and I want to finish watching that later. Started giving a really interesting interview. And he was saying some stuff that I really enjoyed the fact he was saying it. He was saying, like, I always get this anxiety, like, it's all going to get taken away from me tomorrow. Like, I'm going to put up an episode, nobody's going to watch it. Like, and he's like, I always see myself as like a small creator. I never realized that I have like 5 million subscribers and shit. Like, very humble about things going into it, which I really dig that. I really like that because it tells me he's never going to forget where being at the bottom and having to grind his way to the top. What do you mean by an escalation to the war thing? You mean like if it hit America? You mean like if America, like our homeland, we were actually invaded in that war? I'm just curious what you mean by like escalation to the war thing. I mean, there's some shit there. There's just no counter to. If it's overseas, I'm not signing up. And I'm making sure my son can't sign up too. I'll break his fucking leg if I need to make sure he doesn't go to war. Not for two other countries that don't involve us, but and yeah, that's not an alleged. That's just facts of the matter. Like I'm not letting him go into that shit. I don't want him having to deal with some of the horrors. That's just me being a protective daddy, though. I guess you could say. Get some rest, Eugene. And thank you for that special request you sent off to me. I do appreciate you on that one. Hopefully, that's something I got to work on tonight going into tomorrow. So hopefully, you'll get to see what I had in mind and put together tomorrow. Let's hope. We'll cross our fingers on that one. I keep thinking I went outside the lines here. I didn't. That is actually the shape of it. Just got to get darkened. Hypothetically, a martial law type thing would be our own government locking us in. If you are in a city, you're going to be in a lot worse spot than I am out here in the country. In the country out here, we already have an established plan. If all my electricity gets cut, if we were cut off from food sources and everything else, how would we manage it? I know how to filter and clean the water, and we have a stream probably about 6 acres away. I have natural fruit trees growing as well as a small veg garden. So that kind of covers some stuff. And whatever we don't eat from the veg garden, we cut down and can it or put it away, like really jar it in mason jars and shit. So we have backup there. As far as a protein source, we have deer that run through my yard and come here to eat constantly. Um, so that covers, most of it's just upkeep on the house. I have enough home defense where I could hold out for a while if we were invaded and people were actively attacking us. Um, and like I said, no electric, all that stuff. Water table is low enough that I could actually dig down and if I needed to, just pull buckets of water and filter it, boil it, all that stuff. Get rid of all parasites, all impurities in it. I know how to make alcohol, and I have stuff in the garage. I could convert everything to make it into alcohol if necessary for a fuel source or an alternate fuel source. I mean, your main things are food, water, shelter. Those are like your three big. And then it would just be a lot of suffer. You know what I mean? I've got a whole library of books I haven't read, so be good there too for entertainment. I don't have a rain catchment. No, I would not have one either. Not where I live. You're guaranteed that all you're going to do is end up with a shit ton of mosquitoes breeding in it. You don't want standing water. So, and like I said, water table here, I'm not like up on a mountain or something. Water table here, I can dig down probably 6 feet and legit have a new well. Like the water table is very low here. Artwork in Discord. Hold on. I can. Let me see if I can get this shit through. You're gonna lose chat for a minute. I gotta fire up Discord in the background. I'm real hesitant on doing it on the laptop I'm working. But yeah, I got Discord opening now. It'll take like 5 minutes for it to open though on this old PC. But yeah, if you live in a area with like high water table, not so swampy and all that, you're fine setting up a water catcher, right? But if you live kind of like where I live, where it's swampy and everything, then yeah, all you're doing is inviting masses of mosquitoes. Yeah, the other thing is, so here's one of those beautiful fucking things about the United States of America versus every other country. Most citizens, I'm not going to say all, but a good chunk of citizenry own I think it was 2 to 10 guns, right? Something like this was the stat. We are armed for a reason. I've often said, let's say a Chinese army just pulled up and got out at Atlantic City, New Jersey. They wouldn't make it as far as Camden, New Jersey before that army was pretty much decimated. Not with automatic guns or any of this other shit, just with gangbangers that are like, yo, you're on our fucking turf. Like we don't have exclusivity to violence, but America is actually, we do have the ability to bring about great violence, if that makes sense. Especially if it's a collective thing. Like, and if Trump implemented something like martial law, oh, we'd lose our shit. Like, the American public would not stand for it. You can already see just some of the shit with protesters and everything. Imagine that on a mass scale where you have both sides of the aisle engaging in it. And that's what would happen with martial law in America. Like, it wouldn't last long. You would have, we're too defiant as a nation and as one people. We got that way from the revolution, and we've been that way the entire time. It's just it doesn't get implemented by everybody until it needs to be implemented by everybody. And when it is, it's not going to be a fucking pretty thing. But I have no doubt that one, there won't be martial law. Two, like Bob said, oh hell no, it wouldn't happen. I don't think it would happen. I think that we have enough retired veterans that just wouldn't let it happen. We have enough people in our military that have family. And yeah, okay, you're going to a different state, so maybe you don't have family in that state, but they're still Americans. They're Americans. I would like to believe, and I can't state this as absolute fact, that we would defend and protect each other if it was a foreign invader. That our military would be doing heavy lifting, yes. But I have this weird feeling that it would be the average citizen that makes the biggest amount of difference. Like, I would like to believe that, as much as we say patriotism is dead, all this other stuff, I don't think you're going to have some lefty at that point out there like, oh, well, this is wrong and this is hard. You're going to have that person and they're going to get punched in the mouth and just eliminated from everything going on. And the actual real ones, I've said this a couple dozen times on this, that when Biden was in office, for example, um, better be worried because eventually the real ones are going to have enough of what's going on and they're going to stand up. And if they do, You think your little protest with your masks and all that is scary? You ain't seen shit, son. Yep, exactly, Bob. You start a fight. Me and Billy Ray can be fighting over, who's banging Cindy Lou Who this week. But, you come in the trailer park, you pick a fight. You pick a fight with one of us, you pick a fight with all of us. Yeah. Yeah, we're weird like that. Like America is like that. And then the ones that are standing outside of that are the ones that are immediately going to get crushed. So, like, if you got somebody like, I don't know, AOC the squatter or whatever is like, oh, well, blah, 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 blah. Nope. Nope. Shut your mouth. Just shut your mouth and walk away and get over there and go hide behind somebody who's actually going to defend your ass. And just shut the fuck up, or we're going to throw you out in the front line. Like, it would change immediately and drastically. Would that shit change? Everybody would suddenly become an American. And that's where, you said something. I don't know if you said it last night's stream, but you've said it in a couple different streams about like them faking an alien invasion or whatever. They better be real fucking careful if they try to fake something like that. Because one, nowadays we have enough educated fucking internet nerds that will figure that shit out in a matter of minutes and find the metadata on everything to do with it, and will like alert people. And there's enough people that are afraid of shit like, I don't know, the Great Reset, or the global cabal, World Economic Forum, all this stuff, that are keyed into it, that will spread it to everybody else. And whoever tries that shit, they're in for a rude awakening, because you are going to piss off just the wrong people. And it's called the goddamn population of America. Like, I'm not going to lie at all. It's guys like Bob. You may be older, Bob, but God bless you. If I was in a fucking foxhole and shit was going, I would take you on my side. 110%. Stand arm in arm with you, back to back, getting my ass kicked. Guys, ladies like, Sheree. The reason why I always say, real recognizes real. I would pass Sheree some a nail file and some Vaseline. She just filed those nails down and like Vaseline up her face, tie her hair back, and man, that would be an ass whooping. Guaranteed. Opens the door for Dems, but it would be a fucking mistake. The bigger thing, and I've said this before, I think you've heard me say it before. The one thing that disturbs me with the DC thing, okay, he's already announced it's limited scope. It's DC because it's federally controlled. What worries me is if he starts trying to do that shit in New York, Chicago, Minnesota, places that actually need this to happen, that can be looked at as the federal government imposing on states' rights to govern themselves. That's a problem. Then that starts to look more like a martial law. He's being a dictator, and that narrative may stick and cost whoever's after him the election. Now, it could also go the other way, and they do send in National Guard and stuff. They protest against him, and all the crime disappears, and he looks like a fucking hero. But it's a gamble. One way or the other, that shit would be a gamble. I'm not for it. I think, okay, you want to run New York like it's a fucking rat's nest and people are voting for it. That's what the people obviously want up there. And the people that don't want to be there are going to leave the state. They're going to go somewhere else where they're not treated like shit. They don't have to live in squalor or worry about walking down the street and getting robbed. And there's plenty of places like that. Yeah, I told you. Like, as soon as Discord loads up, that should upgrade the chat. But yeah, it's gonna fuck the chat up when I do it every time. Let me see. Let's see what you popped up here. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hey, thank you for the Cracker Barrel logo. Holy shit, that's it though. That is the Cracker Barrel logo. Yep. Yep, that's it. If you had made the what you call it black on that one, that is 100% the fucking Cracker Barrel logo. What the fuck? That is hysterical forever. Thank you. I like that. It's funny. The crime numbers are way down in DC, but you got to understand, DC is not its own thing. Yeah, they vote for a mayor and all that, but because it's technically Washington DC and part of the federal government controls the District of Columbia, he can send those troops in legally, right? But if you go to something like New York City, Minnesota, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Cincinnati, Ohio, Detroit, Michigan, Los Angeles, California, and you do the same fucking thing, like Bob said, the courts, it's going to be an intervention because the federal government will be considered overreaching at that point. Like they definitely would have an argument for overreaching. And regardless if their crime stats dropped, like that might work. Okay. I dropped down the crime stats here. Okay. That's great. But it's federal overreach and a state run thing. They voted for those people to be in office. So now what? Now what happens after that? It can get ugly real fast. I'm not all about it. I don't want fucking martial law. I don't want that stuff. And I get it. Like, is it helping crime stats? Is it shutting down crime? Yes. Does a chunk of the population? I don't think Democrats love crime. I think they're very anti Trump and they let it blind them. But I don't think they actually want crime in their like neighborhoods and shit and worried about getting carjacked and all that kind of stuff. He's coming together. Let's see how this looks. Yeah, that's definitely decent. All right, cool. Um, but yeah, I would be worried. Me personally, I would be worried because that can turn into overreach real quick. Um, and not the way our founding fathers set this shit up at all. We're supposed to have like the ability to choose our leaders and choose our laws and all that kind of stuff. And they try to set it up where the federal government can't overreach. It's more, our federal government isn't even supposed to do shit like that. It's really more about maintaining things between the states. When the states can't decide on something, that's kind of what our government's supposed to be about. Yeah, you didn't know that about forever? Yeah. I'm getting with it. You mean the what's going on as far as government overreach, or are you talking about the model itself? I'm not sure which one. I appreciate either, Ian. But yeah, I mean, I whole thing is pay attention to both sides, and I will call them out even when it comes to politics, and that's some shit I don't like. I also don't like the fact that everybody is praising Pam Bondi. Oh, Pam Bondi is doing this, that, and the other thing. Yeah. How about we go back to the Epstein files then? Just release them. Stuff like that. Like, I'm always going to call that chick out because she is full of shit and just wants her name in lights. She wants to be on Fox News. She wants to be front and center. She thinks she's fucking cute. Fuck you. I don't care. You can look like a bag of dicks for all I give a shit. Get the job done. Give me the Epstein files. Like, you can clear it through your office. Just tell us the fucking truth. We may not like the truth, but give us the fucking truth. My progress on that. Thank you, Ian. I do appreciate the hell out of that. Now, for the most difficult part is getting this face where it doesn't look like dog shit. But yeah, I mean, I maybe it's just me. Again, I'm just some asshole in a room who paints things and talks shit, right? But I do. I believe America works. I think that there's a lot of fear mongering involved. I think there's a lot of bullshit involved. But I think overall, everything does actually work if you don't abuse the system and you treat it exactly the way it should work. I don't think either side has a shortage of assholes either. I think both of them. You got some good people. You got some real dicks. And that's just America's like that though. We got some really good citizenry, and then we have some real idiots. Just the nature of the world. It's just right now it seems like one side has gone a lot nuttier than the other side. Damn, I hit that eye a little bit. I gotta be careful with this. Hate getting this primer on for skin patches. Especially when it's yellow on the outside of it. Just one little blowout and it's like, oh, well, that's over. Time to repaint. I don't know that the yellow will eat this pink up. It'll look orange. So getting out into to the very edge. Definitely gotta go gentle. Go easy. Easy, baby, easy. Would I give up? Honestly, what? How are they using it? Like what? Like, are you using it for peace negotiations? Like, explain to me how they're using it exactly. That's one of those things. Like, how do you know it's powerful information, too? How do you know it's not just like what just happened out in Las Vegas with the one guy? You know, I'm sorry, but I can't walk away from my morals on that one. It, it was a pedophile island, regardless if it was a honey trap for intel or not. There are people, children, young girls that had their entire lives upended, destroyed. Awful things happened to them, and they're the people that hurt them in ways that no one should ever be hurt. Damn it, I blew out. I knew I was afraid of that. In ways that, should never be hurt. They're walking free. And not only are they walking free, they're heads of state in certain cases, I'm sure. They're billionaires, I'm sure. They have wealth greater than everybody else. They've done these awful things. Fuck them. Burn them. Wood chipper. Feet first. Doesn't matter who it is. I don't care if Donald Trump comes up on that list. Well, sorry, Donald. But we'll get you a gold plated wood chipper then. How's that? Now you feel better? Because, yeah, no. It's, you strip a child's innocence from them like that, in that way, there is no choice. It's black and white to me at that point. Because you are legitimately evil. You're an evil person. at that point. And there's no putting genies back in bottles or saying, oh, I'm sorry, here's $10 billion. Whatever. Doesn't matter. They may never get over that emotional scar. In some cases, possibly even physical. So, straight to hell with them. Yeah, that sucks, dude. I hate the fact you lost monetization. I'm sitting there trying to earn it. You're busy like throwing yours away. It's crazy. Bob, you have a great night, brother. Always appreciate you being here, bro. Yeah, but if you had something to destroy me with, one, I'm pretty open about everything. But if you actually had something to destroy me with, I would eliminate you before that ever saw the light of day and never leave my house. And I don't have wealth and I don't have power. So I think to those people that do have wealth and power, can you really use it against them? Because, yeah, you may be in the federal government now, right? But you're not always going to be. You got to go back to regular life at some time. And unless it's actually Trump who's releasing the file, it's got to be Trump who releases it in that case because he gets Secret Service protection for the rest of his life. He also got shot in the ear with that same said Secret Service protection for the rest of his life. So I want you to think about that. Getting people on that list doesn't stop trafficking, but it does hold the people that would be trafficked to accountable. So if you actually want to shut down the trafficking, you got to go to the source. Where are they getting them from? Well, I'm sure some girls flow out of China and South Korea because they come from North Korea and that's their way out. There's actually a girl that grew up in North Korea that's spoken out against that, and that's exactly what happened with her. You also have girls that are Southern American that shit happens to. Hell, you have people in America that shit happens to, right? It's not just one place, it's all over the world. But you got to find the people that are selling them to cut it off. You have to take them out in order to end shit like that, right? But at the other end of things, if you nail the people that are procuring those services and have the money to pay for it and everything else under the guarantee that they are going to remain anonymous, then you end up with like, what's his name? Jared from fucking Subway kind of situations. But you take them down and they're gone and they're out. No, you don't have people to sell to like that. You got an overabundant supply and no demand. So it works on both ends. You've got to take out the people that are willing to pay for it, and you got to take out the people that are willing to do it and smuggle them. Hey, Leo, always great to see you, buddy. Yeah, Ian, you're not wrong. And almost got taken out on the golf course. And as far as bigger plans go, that's fine. You can have bigger plans. But how many innocents do you sacrifice for those bigger plans? And doing it in that fashion, well, that kind of makes you evil, doesn't it? At that point, because you're willing to sacrifice a child's innocence for a bigger plan. There you go. Ready? I'll hit you with one. Say you could, say it's an apocalyptic situation, and the people that would protect you, the only way they would do it is if you gave them your daughter. Would you give up your daughter? Would that be okay? Would you be able to live with yourself? Right? And now, granted, what's funny is, well, not really funny, but what's interesting is that's actually a string in a comic book series that you probably know. That shit actually played out like that. And the woman who did it, she ends up getting deleted because of that. I wouldn't be able to. It's the same thing with war. I wouldn't be, if I couldn't give up my child because of war, I don't expect anybody else to. I get some people sign up for it on their own, all that stuff, but I'm not willing to sacrifice my kids. I'm also not willing to sacrifice yours because I wouldn't want you to ask to sacrifice mine. And that thread, by the way, was actually Alpha and Negan in The Walking Dead. And that's what Negan finds out about Alpha. The reason why she gets to lead the tribe and everything else, because she sacrificed her daughter up to the men in the group so they wouldn't rebel. And Negan takes her out with good old Lucille later on. And that's why, because even though she's like an ally and everything else, he's like, I can't forgive that. So I may just be the wrong guy to ask, but yeah, no, I couldn't. Like, bigger fish to fry. Well, what kind of game are we playing here? Because at first it made sense, like, okay, if it's going to take down some big ass corporation, it's going to cost Americans their jobs, all this kind of stuff, and it's CEO. And the more I thought about it, I was like, no, that's bullshit. Basically, we're sacrificing somebody's innocence for money at that point, and I don't even want to be a part of that game. Like, I can't be. It's fucking dark shit, man. It's also, like I said, just simply not right. So let the Epstein list out. Name them. Dems, Republican, I don't care what they are. And then proceed to put them in the meat grinder. Let them sit in jail for the rest of their lives, and not the country club type. The hey, I heard you like kids type, where they take care of that stuff internally. Gen pop, them, walk them down the yard, announce, because you know what? At that point, they're pretty much the same as any other predator. No, yeah, I do understand you. I'm not saying you personally. I'm using that as a generality too. I'm just answering your question. What if? Well, what if doesn't work, because for me there is no what if. Like, there was a point in time where I thought of it kind of as a, hey, like, yeah, if it like destroyed Apple to find out that Steve, the more I thought about it, it's like, wait a minute, I'm trading a kid's innocence away for corporate profit. Like, what the hell? Like, what are we doing at that point? You know? And that's why I'm saying, I'm not saying you, or like you're an evil person or anything like this, that you would do this. I know, I'm pretty sure in my heart of hearts I know which path you'd take. And I understand that, nuance and all that other stuff, but when you really break it down to brass tacks, again, corporate profit for a child's innocence. Now, there's certain people out there, and I'm sure there's people that might are definitely going to disagree with me and be like, well, it's a small price to pay for. I can't pay that price. So I can't ask anybody else to pay that price. And I can't see it from that point of view because of that. Because I'm not willing to accept those terms. I'm just simply not. But that's me. Like, that's not everybody. I might want to go one more tone on this, or another pass with this color. I haven't decided yet. Just looking at my colors, I might want to do one more lighter color on top. As I'm looking at it, it's a little too pink on this flesh. A little too pink on this flesh tone. Do I think people would stand back? You mean average, like, just American citizen would be like, oh yeah, it's fine, like that kind of thing? I think you would have some that would. Like, well, it's not my business, not my problem. But I also think you'd have a good amount of people like so there's things in us that are just primal, right? Primal by nature. One of those things that's primal by nature I've noticed more than anything else is hurting children. Hurting children and small animals. You show actual men, a full grown woman, a street worker, and guys doing assaulting her, right? It's going to bother a third of them, half of them. The other half are going to be, it's her line of work. She's a full grown woman. They're going to kind of reason it out, right? You show a 16-year-old girl and the same thing happening. I'm going to say 75 to 90% of the men in that room are going to be like, is that guy in the next room? Like have the guy that's on film doing it in the next room. They will tear that man in half. It's the same kind of primal instinct when a mother with her children. The most dangerous thing in this world is a mama bear with her baby cubs. Yeah, you're going to have a percentage of people, of women, that are like, nah, I don't give a shit about that kid. He's a little shit machine. Go ahead and take him out, right? But most mamas are going to sacrifice their life to make sure their young go on. That's different in humans than it is in, like, say, cats, for example. A mother will abandon a kitten out in the wilderness if it knows it's going to die because there's one of her and that kitten's going to draw attention to either the rest of the kittens or her and the rest of the kittens. But she's got to survive so she can have more kittens. Humans are kind of the opposite. Those children are our future. We protect them, everything else. It's some kind of primal instinct in us. And yeah, do I think it would get crazy? I think it would get fucked up fast. But I don't think it would get as fucked up if it's like, here's these names. We're suggesting them for prosecution. Now, let's say those names were in like New York City and they suggested the prosecution at that level. And then on the federal level, okay, Fed's going to do it whatever way they're going to do it. State does it on their level. And like New York City, they were just like, you know what? We're not going to prosecute these names because it's Donald Trump. You would see fucking riots all through New York City. Those people would have to better pray that people don't burn down the sky rises they're in, for example. They would have to have all kinds of security hired, everything. It would be ugly. People would lose their shit for a good minute. And again, like I said, 75 to 80% of men seeing a young girl hurt like that are going to lose their shit because their primal instinct kicks in. You know, shit, my daughter, my youngest daughter is what, 26 years old now, I think. Let me think. 26, 27. She'll be soon. I have to restrain myself because a guy like, that she likes and is dating and I always have the conversation like, don't hurt her. You ever put a hand on her? And I've told my daughter, he raises a hand to you. He seems like a very nice guy, but if he ever raises a hand to you, I'm to know immediately and I'll take care of it. And don't worry about it. Because it's the fucking God honest. I could be 105 years old. I will kneecap your ass, allegedly. But yeah, don't feel nervous. No, that's actually very good questions. Right. Exactly, Ian. Like I don't want to call it just even not even your parental instincts. It's like your male instincts. There's something abhorrent that goes against nature, in my opinion, that just sets off this, again, primal instinct in you of, I will shred your fucking ass. Like for what you have done. It just, it sets your heart brings out, elicits an anger and disgust that you can only solve with, unfortunately, violence. But yeah, and that's just it. The fact that you have these rich elites and all this that were doing it behind the scenes and they're walking scot free and all this, and you have these poor girls. Now, granted, look, we're not going to say all. We never say all. Maybe some of those girls knew what they were getting into and just like, that's okay. It's better than my daddy doing it to me on Saturdays. Something like that going on. Doesn't make it right, but, you know, kind of like you do have girls that are about that life sometimes. Doesn't make it right, but I'm going to say the bulk of those girls have mental problems, drug problems, something going on with them now. Can't have a normal relationship, whatever. I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist or whatever. I can just tell you some of the girls that I've met that have had stuff like that happen to them. And I mean, I think I've told the story, and I definitely used the word allegedly a lot in the story about me and Guido with the one girl that we found out something happened with and what we did to the guy. And I didn't have a fucking problem with it. Allegedly. And I definitely will never, like Ian said, I don't want to see that happen to anybody, not even just my own kids. I don't want to see it happen in your kids, their kids, whoever. It could be somebody I completely hate. I don't want to see that kind of fucking evil happen to them. Sometimes going in with a good shoe boot to the ass is a good thing. Yeah, and that's just it. And not like nefarious, like, the Clintons were involved in this stuff, Ian. Like, how many of them have just done it on their own? How many have not been able to live or look in the mirror and say, like, this is the reason why, and it broke them mentally? May not have even damaged them physically, but mentally destroyed them. And to me, it's abhorrent. It's an aberration. And yeah, okay, you can say, well, national security, this, that, and the other thing. Look, if we're going to call a spade, what I truly, truly believe is that it was an asset gathering process. That we definitely know of one country in particular where if you do stuff like that to children, they will happily open their arms, take you in, and protect you without extradition. That is supposedly involved in it. Okay. That's. I'm definitely dancing lines here, guys. But yeah, it would not shock me at all. Because that shit just at that point makes sense. It lines up and it makes sense. And like I said, maybe you're keeping the truth because then you're going to sway some public opinion where we're shipping them stuff like armaments and things like this and helping subsidize their fucking economy. Well, you might have an entire populace turn on them and lose their shit. If that's what it turned out. Yeah, Greece is definitely one of those countries as well. And you're not wrong. I mean, here's the thing though. This is my question to you now, Beans, and you can answer this. Let's say one of those famous elites came out, and it was dude's daughter that was one of the victims, and it turned out this rich fancy elite was the one that did it to him, and that guy shows up and exacts revenge in a very violent manner that ends in loss of life. I think I said that well. Am I all right there, Sheree? I'm painting a hypothetical, situation here, guys. So I'm not saying call for violence or anything, but let's say this happens and this dad goes and he, does what he does to the elite. Should that dad go to jail for it? Should that dad be like, I think you should face a trial or whatever? And honestly, if I were on that jury, I'd say temporary insanity and set him on his way and say time served. But that's me. See, I've heard Tom Hanks, but I don't know. Is it possible? Yeah, and it's possible. I don't know though, so I can't throw that out in zeitgeist, reliably or reassured. It's the same way that Candace is really dug in her heels on Macron's wife being a dude. She's got some really compelling arguments and everything, but until I see XX or XY on a genetics test, I'm not all in on that. Like, we can, that's the problem. You can be hypothetical on people on that list, but they could have just been at the island getting hammered and hanging with other billionaires. They might not have done anything. That's part of the problem, in my opinion, is that if they release a list of names and you do have innocents on there, people are going to get their lives destroyed that may not have done anything wrong. Might just be like, oh, yeah, I was there, but I didn't do anything. That's part of the problem. You really need the victims coming forward. I never saw A Time to Kill. And if I did, I don't remember it. Every time somebody says A Time to Kill, I always, for whatever reason, maybe it's just I've seen too many goddamn movies, but A Time to Kill always bleeds into, and I always picture Sam Jackson. I know it's Mississippi Burning, I believe, is the name of that movie. But Samuel L. Jackson going, hell yeah, they deserve to die. That whole scene. I'm pretty sure that's Mississippi. And I hope they burn in hell. Like, so I'm not entirely sure which one is A Time to Kill. So that is A Time to Kill? That is the one I'm thinking of? Man, I always thought, what the fuck is Mississippi Burning? I mean, I've always had that movie right in my brain, and Mississippi Burning's the one. And Mississippi Burning, like, I want to say it's Hackman in there for some reason. Yeah, Glory is a great movie. Yeah, I agree. Denzel Washington's actually in Glory, so is Matthew, good old Ferris Bueller didn't take the day off that day, I'll tell you what. Actually, we had to watch Glory in high school during history class. They actually had us watch it, like the whole thing. It's pretty cool. Yeah, most people did. Most people did. Yeah, I always liked when it comes to like Civil War movies. I like The Patriot with Mel Gibson. I like the or maybe wait was that no that wasn't Civil War, was that Revolutionary War? Yeah, it was Revolutionary War because of the British soldiers show up and burn like his shit down. That was always a great movie, though. Mel Gibson, like, I always feared that, my sins would come back to be revisited upon me. I always liked that. I don't know, something about that just always caught me right from the rip. And I get it. I always say that about my kids. I'm afraid the sins of my past will come back to haunt me. But since I put most of them to bed, I don't worry about it too much. Like, I made amends for anything I ever did in my past, for the most part. So I don't worry about it all that much. And I taught my kids to walk a completely different path than me, do their own thing so they don't run into the same headaches. Braveheart was awesome, but factually, like, there was definitely some stuff that they left out in Braveheart that made him look like the ultimate good guy. When, yeah, he was just as bad as the English in real life. Willem Wallace, he actually, when he terrorized the British, he did stuff to their women like they did to their women. Things like this. Like, it turns out the actual truth is the real hero of all that was actually Robert the Bruce. He just kind of led the revolution, but he definitely didn't care what his troops did to the English. And they did some horrific things. Then again, Hollywood, so never let the facts get in the way of a good story. Hey, what's going on there, Smurf? It's good to see you, Smurf. I'm glad you're able to drop in, smash the like button, say hi to everybody. It's good to see you, you know what I mean? That's funny forever. Nice. Hey, what's going on there, Smurf? They added an update to Valheim, just saying. Actually, it's not live in the version we play, but they did update. Since you're on a break, I can talk to you about it. And I was waiting, I was going to save this for tomorrow night, but since you're here, Valheim did an update on their public test servers right now. There are trinkets that you can get, and they added bears to the plains and to the Black Forest. And the bears are supposed to be about as difficult as a troll and boosted because one's called the Vile Bear or whatever. It gave you two different armor sets that you can make out of the bear pelt. And then the trinkets you have to make out of trophies and other stuff. But it's supposed to be one hell of an update. Oh, and they did address elevated and de-elevated level for fighting, so you don't have to be on even ground. Like, you can be on uneven ground and it's going to hit much better. They said it's not perfect, but much better. So I thought that would be interesting to you to say the least. I don't know if you've seen any video on it or anything. I've watched a couple of videos where people were talking about it, and I'm actually excited for it. Said this is the final update before they truly dive into the deep north update that they're working on. Oh, and they reworked all the elder powers, all the forsaken powers. So like bone mass, um, motor, like all of them. They all have reworked powers now. They improved some stuff. They took away some stuff. Like, they definitely nerfed bone mass. Like, I think it's before it was like you receive 50% less damage for as long as it's running. Now it's only 25. It sounds cool, Gam. Maybe I'll watch that in between bong hits. And yeah, you're about to beat the OG Zelda. Have you never played through OG Zelda before? Because that's a fun ass game. Like OG Zelda to this day, that game still holds up. It was a great game. Like all those old Nintendo games, for some odd reason, really hold up. Miyamoto, I think it was Miyamoto. He's just a fucking genius. Hmm. Well, we're gonna have to work on some stuff then, Gam. We'll have to figure some stuff out. We'll have to dance around. Hey, I beat Spider Rico, you know. Clean up this pink blowout back here. Still got to add another layer of color to this skin. Way, way too pink. Just trying to clean up this edge line before I move on to the next color. Give that skin some time to dry and breathe, so I can see what exactly needs to be touched. That's what she said. Definitely got to get a whole nother thick layer over here. But in the interim, tighten this up. This way I can stay away from the ears and the head and everything once, or the face, once I get it all painted. Hey guys, break's over. I'll see you guys tomorrow night. Smurf out. Yeah, the Russians have reinvaded Afghanistan, Gam, and I gotta go over. I gotta go straighten things out. It's just what Smurfs do on their days off. Everybody was kung fu fighting. Hmm? Them dudes was fast as lightning. Oh, should be a fun one tomorrow. I think all we got to do really on tomorrow night's stream would be base work. Definitely doing base work. Let me see. I just want to see how this coloring looks. This is the color I'm looking for. Yeah, that looks like the down toner I was looking for. Still a little bit too pink in my brain. I want that a little bit flatter. Let's see how it dries. Let's take a look. I did half the face. That's not bad. It's not a bad skin tone. I gotta definitely touch this ear though. That ear looks like shit. That one doesn't look bad. That one looks crappy. Ian, I don't know how long you've been around for, a minute or not, But have you ever heard Smurf's voice? Because it screws everybody up. Everybody always like, damn, Gam, why you always do like, some kind of Sylvester Stallone impression or whatever whenever Smurf's around. And I'm like, I'm not. That's actually Smurf's voice. And everybody's like, yeah, bullshit. And then when you hear Smurf talk, you'll be like, well, no shit. He really is just taking the piss out of Smurf. Thank you, Sheree. I appreciate the hell out of you. Greatest mods on these or any other internets. I don't care if you come from an alien planet or you're Earth based. Skin is finally layering right. I did pick the right color. Oh, yeah. So he hasn't heard. He hasn't heard Smurf's voice. Well, if you tune in tomorrow when we're gaming together, because it's gaming Smurf on Fridays, we play. At this point, we're playing Valheim. We play other survival games together, though. Matter of fact, coming real soon here. Don't be surprised, guys, if you see a whole bunch of GAM streaming because I'm I'm looking forward to a game finally. I haven't looked forward to a game in a minute, but that Helldivers, when that comes out, I'm going to be all about that life for a little bit, checking it out, and probably getting my ass kicked. And everything everybody said about that game, they said it's really good, a lot of variety, crazy enemies. Like it's supposed to be a shit ton of fun. So I will probably be streaming the hell out of that for a good minute. So if you hate the gaming streams or whatever, just let me know. I'll still keep my painting till at least Thursdays. Um, this Iron Man's almost done. There is a Swamp Thing I downloaded. 40 pieces that have to get printed off of it though. That's got to get a little yellow to even it out, but I got to fix the chin while I'm there. Hit this other ear, get the back of the ear, and like really tone in that yellow. Got like this little tiny area behind the ear to nail. Almost there. Check this other ear for blowouts and screw ups. Oh yeah. My biggest curiosity with this piece is I built the base right, built the rock right for the base. When I glue this sucker together, is he actually going to stay up the way he's supposed to, or is this going to tilt over and I'm going to have to redo shit? Shout out Stranded Lifeform, by the way. She's watching a movie, but we always shout her out. All right. Yep. All right, that works. Dear Lord. Sorry, guys. Sometimes when I get concentrating like that, I just stop running my gums. Maybe there really is something to that. You can speak and focus at the same time. I don't know. I try to keep running my mouth the entire time, so at least it doesn't get boring. I get to sit back and just watch a video and just keep my silence and keep the camera focused on like my hairline or something. I don't know, but I try to keep running my mouth the entire time just to keep it entertaining for you guys. Ah, snap, crackle, pop. Rice Krispies. One. Hey, we're doing all right. We even got likes. I'm getting a bunch of likes. It's very nice of you guys. Appreciate you. Hmm? Yeah, I was telling Ian Beans about Smurf's voice because Beans is one of those that didn't realize, like, I'm not doing a Sylvester Stallone impression as much as teasing Smurf. And then as soon as she heard Smurf's voice, she's like, oh my God, his voice is really like that. Like, what the fuck? Screwed her up for a minute. Here's a curious question for you because you guys are, all about that ABL life. Anybody heard from, oh God, Les lately? Has she called in or anything? She doing all right? She's good people. Here, I should ask. She's always very nice to me. Okay, that's cool. Good. Hopefully she shout out to her and the Little Patriots. Hopefully they're all doing well. She was always, like I said, she's good people. She's always nice to me. Um, Sheree, you are the greatest mods on this interwebs. I couldn't do this show alone, and even if there was just one other person watching, it would probably be you cheering me on. So I appreciate you to no end. Give a special shout out and let him know I'm shouting him out to Rick James so he doesn't come slap me around. But no, shout out to him anyway for being cool as shit. Get some rest. Enjoy your night. And don't you take shit from anybody. Okay? I am close to done. Well, I don't want to say that. Every time I say, oh, I'm getting close to done, it's like, oh, well, I blew out that line. Time to redo all this. I don't want to jinx myself here. That paint is getting on there solid and looking not bad at all. Got a little chip out in his, I just realized, in his head. I have to touch up. So I got this little edge on the mask I'm going to have to redo with yellow. And then a little chip out in the hairline with yellow. But he's looking not bad. Definitely looking not bad here, guys. Looks like we're doing okay. Okay, good. I didn't nail his, I thought I nailed the shit out of his chin right there. I definitely just nailed this cheek a little bit. Pretty sure. Right. Yeah. The eyeballs got to go to, I believe, whiten them or pearlescence on those eyes. Mm-hmm. See how we back here. Eh, no, we're tight there too. Clear off. Make sure that this brush is pointy as fuck for trying to hit this. I got like this little tiny dot on this ear. I gotta be careful with how much I load the brush too. Got it. Get that cleaned up. All right. His head's not looking bad. I think I even nailed skin tone kind of correct. Which is interesting when you're mixing a whole bunch of colors to get that skin tone. Definitely rough. Definitely rough. All right. Let's get some titanium white. I want to say it's called titanium white. I'm just going to double check my color. Like, and the actual, so that bottom picture is pretty much what I'm using to paint. Using that as my spot on reference. Let me see. Those eyes are kind of blue on the comic. However, when we look at the close up on like the Amazon cartoon, those eyes, they have a gray tinge to them. Pearlescence will cover that, but I'm definitely going to have to go to a white base. I know what you guys are all thinking. He's Whitey the Blue-Eyed Devil, but so why not make him gray, right? Oh no, we got to make him white. With the white on there, I can see where the yellow's got to come down more too. Oh, god damn it. So I got to touch up that skin right there. You guys can see right where I blew out, I think. Let's see. Can we get him in there? God damn it. I love the focus on this camera, but sometimes it's off. So I just blew out the eye a little bit, but I got to come in with yellow extra heavy in a second here, too. Matter of fact, I'm going to go to. I'm going to let that white dry out a little bit. Kind of tighten up. The whole thing is this brush. I love this goddamn brush. It's like one of my first actual brushes that I've used, and it wasn't one of the $5 sets, but the bristles are finally starting to go on it, so it's not as pointy as it used to be. I gotta be gentle as all get out with it. Oh, sorry guys, getting in the eyes and stuff. I'm not talking as much, but that's I'm trying to focus so I don't blow out too much, so there's not much to repair. You know what I mean? You like how the yellow turned out? Thank you. It did. Like it took a lot of layers to get there, um, but I do think that is the way it should look. Two beans. So good call. I'm actually more shocked with how the blue came. I was going to go to an amethyst or no, what is it? Sapphire blue, I think it's called, which is that metallic, just to get a sheen like that on it. And I was actually able to get it with the regular paint. So beautiful blue color. Only thing is, I'm gonna have to write that one down because that is pretty much the last of that blue color too. Like that bottle is almost empty, so I don't know what else I've used it on. Definitely haven't painted any Smurfs, so now to tighten up skin tone, tighten up the yellow. There's a lot of yellow exposure now. Now that I actually have the eyes outlined, everything else, I can see all the flaws in the yellow. Before it was like kind of guessing. Now Guaranteed. Like this is not the way this should look. And it's going to be a pain in the ass because I'm going to have to do this slow and steady. But definitely capture the hell out of the shape of the eyes. And of course, I'll hit the white again before I pearlescence it. But yeah, we're getting there. I mean, you guys asked me about it on the damn stream. Like, I guess tomorrow I'll look at it. I didn't prioritize it seriously just yet. It's I got something I'm working on that's a surprise, and hopefully I can have it done for tomorrow night. Poor Eugene put his ass into it for me and got it to me fast. So hopefully I can do that for tomorrow night. But I'll simply ask the wife. She deals with all the post office bullshit, so I'll find out. But I'll ask why. What's up? Is there something like hey, I need to send you this. What is it? It's like the Epstein file list or something. Something like insane like that. But I'll definitely put it on the list of shit to get done. I mean, Bob's been asking me for a PayPal account for like 3 months. And I've got my normal one, but one for GAM catches up I don't have. I got to get that done too, and that's a matter of seconds. I can pretty much set that one up. Oh, and anything else blown out on that face? Just touch up on the white a little bit. It's acrylic paints. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're water based though. They wash out with water to an extent, but you don't want to dilute them at this point. Diluting them would be very bad. Yeah, it would definitely go see through in certain places, and that is something to be afraid of. There we go. Let's nail the other side. All right. Time for the pearlescence. Woo! I'm it's funny. You guys can tell I don't. Matter of fact, I'm going to smoke a cigarette in between reaching for the pearlescence and painting it and everything else. And the reason being is because that entire time while I was hitting those lines, I'm like, just my brain is locked on. Please, hands, don't fucking shake. Number one. Number two is don't miss. Like, don't don't blow out and have to re-go over everything 10 times. Try and keep it uniform. I don't know. Maybe Six doesn't like watching this anymore. I have no idea. I've not seen him. I haven't seen him in a minute. But then again, I also didn't see Rebel for a minute, and Rebel came back in like, "Hey guys, what's up?" Maybe like I can't tell you. Maybe they work. They're busy. They got family stuff, girlfriend stuff, wife stuff, kid stuff. I'm just an asshole and I piss people off stuff. I don't know. I have no idea where Six has been hiding out at. Um, I know on Discord he likes stuff that I post and everything, so I don't think he's pissed at me or anything like that. I'm pissed in his Cheerios. I mean, I have no idea. I couldn't tell you. I've definitely seen some new faces, seeing some regular faces and some old faces. We're up to 103 subs last time I checked. Let me just double check. And shout out to every one of you guys who are subscribing, coming along on this journey, adding your voice. Like, I appreciate the hell out of you guys for even just taking 5 minutes, smacking a like. Come check out the content, whatever, whether it's the painting, the gaming, chatting, whatever. I appreciate the hell out of you guys, especially on nights like tonight when I don't have anything to say. I didn't have anything to say, and we're already like 5 hours in or some shit, right? Yeah, 103. So I'm at 103 subscribers. You guys are amazing, and I thank every one of you that did drop a sub. You guys definitely helped me out. Um, our next milestone goal thing is 250, which granted I just hit 100. I didn't even think I'd get to, well, if we're being quite honest, 70. So I set my next goal at like 250. Then after that, we'll go to 500. That'll be the goal after that. And then after that, we'll go up to 750 and then 1,000. I mean, thank you for the good job. I appreciate that, but it's honestly all you guys. I can't. Beans, every goddamn, like Sheree said something last night. I was like, thank you for shouting me out in other streams and stuff like that. And she's like, yeah, Bean shouted you out tonight. And thank you for that. You always promote me. I appreciate the hell out of it. Same thing for SE. SE Wolverines, who's not in here. Check out his content if you haven't. Great guy. He's been promoting the hell out of me too, as far as I can tell. A really good dude, though. Glad to have him. Stranded. I'm sorry that movie was boring as shit. But I did hear it was not that good. But at least you got to see weapons, and that was fun. Had some cool twists to it and turns. Just gonna pearlescence. Can you guys see the shine? No, I guess you can't see the shine just yet. I gotta keep the brush wet while doing this. 'Cause pearlescence, pain in the ass to work with. Coat's nice and everything else, but you get smears and it ruins the illusion of it. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, I liked it. I definitely like the twist didn't throw me, but I like the explanation and what it turned out to be because it's something different than they normally do in those kind of movies. And it was definitely interesting, entertaining watch. I don't know if it was horror movie of the year like people were screaming, but it was fun. Fun fucking movie. And we need those. Not everything has to be like, oh my god, it should win all the Academy Awards and all that. Sometimes you can just have a stupid fun movie and enjoy yourself. I don't know if you guys can see. Let's see. Pearlescence on there. Not really. Let that dry real quick and fuck with the one eye. See if I can't get that texturing a little smoother with it. This one is getting clear coated, yeah. This is going to be one that gets the sheen put on it, I think, and it's fucking big too. Like this one, just the legs. Something with the legs made this fucking statue like huge. Has me all screwed up. I need one that I can get kind of smooth with. Get a wider area of this pearlescence. And I think he is looking pretty solid, guys. Putting them together. My butthole's going to be tight the whole time. I'm just letting you guys know. Not like it's not normally tight, but extra tight, like puckered, like balloon knot. Because I'm going to be afraid of pushing too hard like I did with the Batman. Stranded said it. Like, she said it because she watched the end of it later, and I snapped the leg on him, and it was like, oh. um, yeah, the 1 year. So the channel is like from 2019. I did videos for, I don't know, 6 months, something like that, and then shut it down. Just that was it, right? Until the streaming started. I'm going to say the streaming started September of last year. I think that's what we all figured out. I'll have to go back, look at the first stream I ever did, but I think it was September of last year. So, yes, the anniversary is coming up. We're close. And being completely transparent, when we started this, I had 24 subscribers. We're up to 100. I'm loving it. Thank you guys. You guys make this channel, and I appreciate you. Yeah. So wait, did they actually was like I know what you did last summer, the original cast of it again? Like what's her name? Jennifer Love Huge Tits and Shaggy from Scooby Doo or Fred from Scooby Doo. I can't remember who the fuck was in the original. look. All right, I got a mild blowout here with this pearlescence. Very, very mild. Check the other side. Yeah, same spot pretty much. All right, that tightens that up. Everyone was bisexual in the new one. Like, what the fuck? Like, what is? How does that play into the movie at all? Like, is it like a guy who's with a hook for a hand that's killing a bunch of bisexuals because he was run over by a bunch of bisexuals? Like, I don't understand. Now I got to watch the damn movie. All right, before we do anything, okay, we got arm socketed in, which means this hand goes on this arm. Okie day. I'm going to try with Gorilla Glue first. And just like last time, this shit doesn't play right, and then we will go to hot glue gun. Okay. Sunk. Let's see if we can get a good bond. May have to hot glue gun this because of the way this asshole did the keying and cutting of the limb. Give it a good like 30 seconds. Pray the bond holds. At this point, it looks like it's holding. No shit. They were all in it, huh? All right. That arm's looking solid. Cool. Now for this piece. Careful not to get this crap on the outside of the joint. Like, I can definitely see why this guy cut and keyed it the way he did, so it hides. He's trying to hide the lines in it. He just did not do it well, in my opinion. Ugh. That shit. Got that glue on my hand. Gotta get it off before I touch the model again. Should probably wear gloves when I'm doing this, but I'm afraid of getting glue on the glove and then ripping the glove off on a piece of this model. Minor bleed out on the glue, but it should dry nice. All right, that's one arm on. Was there actual like boobies and penis in the movie? Because I mean, if you're going to display people bonking each other and like it's just like a shadow or an outline, I don't even know why you put it in the script. Like just to say that they're boinking. Like I don't get that one myself. All right, next arm. Okay, this one actually, since I trimmed it down a ton, fits way better now. Let's see if we can get it there. Little glue in you, little glue on you. Damn, that handshake is getting bad. Oh, I don't know how many more of these I've got left in me. That handshake going on. Shake your hand, shake your hand. Didn't glue it on camera. Actually, I could probably touch up on that damn glove too. Shit. Matter of fact, while that glue is sealing, grab a brush. Oh, don't you do it to me. Shit started to glue itself to a thing. Okay, shaky hand. Work with me this time. Get a little bit more yellow in here. Just a tappy tap. Just a tiny tap. Oh my god. Yeah, like why do you do it? Like you can't do it. Man, the whole point to Friday the 13th that really got all the teenage boys to go see it was, well, they're having sex in bed. Girl, of course, pops her top. Boobies sell money. They sell tickets. I mean, the premise of Jennifer Love Hewitt um, was always like, will she show her boobies in this one? Alyssa Milano did. Jesus Christ. She was on like an episode of, what is it? The Outer Limits. And they had one where this thing takes over and she becomes like a sex monster. That's the only way I can describe it. Basically, like the aliens turns her into like a succubus kind of thing. And she was flaunting those bad boys. All right. Let's see how we look going into socket. Yeah, that works. Okay. And here we go. All right. Oh, that's actually staying like that. Nice. Did that by accident. Looks like the one shoulder's holding up. Oh, I don't want to tighten that all the way down. Hard to take that shit off. Hopefully this glue joint holds. This one I'm not so sure on. The other one was a little bit more snug. Wow, really? They just like killed her to kill her? Wasn't like normal horror movie logic. You have sex, you die. Okay. So top half of Invincible. Well, arms, chest, all looking solid. I mean, the head's going to go on like this. That looks pretty good. Granted, there's a little bit of play in there, so I have to mess with it and definitely link that thing in. But the bigger part is going to be these legs. These are where I am actually worried. Not just because of anything other than, okay, that's one joint. And Here's my other joint. This is where this shit can get real problematic. I do feel like I should Gorilla Glue this with the gun for some reason, but I'm going to try it first with the regular glue. The moment of truth will be when the figure's actually together, and then I put it on the rock stand. That is my moment of truth. That's the fear. All right, here we go. And I'm only nervous about these legs because I've already snapped this piece off the other leg. Yeah, bikinis, bras. Yeah, that's a shame. Yeah, and I'm not pushing on the knee, stranded. You see where I'm pushing? Like I got him by the calf. I got him by the thigh, like lower thigh. Hold them together. And we got a bond. Okay, so according to this, like I said, I'm going to put the whole figure together. But this shit should go in here like this and then glue at the tip of the foot. So it's going to hold out. And it's like this thing's so tall that when I do the shot, you're actually going to be able to see all my paints in the background. But he is very long-legged. Now, granted, it goes right into one of his butt cheeks, right? So we are talking about this is going to mount into the figure like that. But I mean that is a pretty big ass figure. He's going to be big. And because of that, he's going to be heavy. The only thing I'm hoping is because the rock is tilted like this angle, like what is it? Let's see, that's 90, so 45-degree angle. I'm hoping that the weight pushes back on the rock and keeps it from tipping. Definitely, like this bad boy has me nervous just because of how big he is. How big and awkward and spindly and all that. Because I'm afraid of weight on like a knee joint the wrong way and it just breaks the knee. And then we're looking at another reprint, repaint, reprime, repaint, all that shit. Which we got away with it this first time, but I don't want to keep pushing that. Okay, here we go. Oh, God. Oh, that's not good. I got this leg on backwards. I was going to say, something's not right here, guys. It's not seating correctly. Now it's seating correctly. Had the damn leg on backwards. Whew. I feel like I need a cigarette just because I'm so fucking nervous. Okay, second leg is glued. Oh. All right. Do I do the head next or do I do both legs and the body? God damn, I really am smoking a cigarette because I'm nervous. Ooh, all right, let's get the base out of here. Just in case. Head's the head. Really going to come down to those legs. I'm thinking I should probably do the head on next. Gives me this whole space here to hold on to. Man, what a disaster. The way this dude cut this. God damn you. God damn you for that. Thank you for the model, though, buddy who designed this. You did a fantastic job with the sculpt. Just wish you had done a better cut and key. Or left it in one piece and let me cut and key it, because I would have done it better like I did the Sing, Wolverine, stuff like that. Like, that guy just stole the assets from the game, put them up. Then I had to go through and edit them. Like, I want to do a Thor, too. He's got a pretty good looking Thor in there. But I'm also nervous about that one, because when I looked at the model, it had a bunch of floating shit that is attached in the game, but not into the 3D print. So I'm going to have to go through and edit it. I had to do the same thing for Wolverine. Oh, Beans, you said head last, and I'm like already like gluing them in. Like, oh shit. It's actually probably smarter to do the head first, because of where my right hand is to hold the pressure. I would be pushing on the legs, and it's a good chance of snap. That fucking line is going to drive me nuts. I mean, it looks like it's supposed to be black like that, but looking at it in real life, knowing it's there is going to bother the shit out of me. Hold them together a little bit longer. I don't trust that bond. Like, I got a pretty good bond to it, but you're a leg pusher yourself. Very nice. Very nicely played, Ian. So the Enterprise. From Enterprise. Yeah, I gotta look at the models. I downloaded half a terabyte of models last night or the night before. Like, I've been going through and just grabbing all kinds of shit. And I'm pretty sure I did an NX01, but I got to look at the scale of it. I would definitely love to do something like that, though. I think that could be a fun one. Not real keen on the way this thing lines up either. Trying to get his sternum straight, but he's glued. Okay. Here we go. The painful part. So, first, I'm just going to get the upper part of this leg. Oh, please don't run out of glue. Okay, there it goes. I was out of glue for a minute there. You may be asking, Gam, why aren't you gluing that lower part yet? Because I will do that when I get to the other butt cheek. Here we go. Left leg. Or right leg. Damn. Can't tell my left from my right. Oh, and of course I must have hit 6 hours, or the 6 hour mark. I just lost all visual. This thing is not sticking well. I gotta shut down and reopen. The drum roll is going to come in the moment I stick this thing to the base. If it stands all the way up, if it doesn't, my God, I'm going to be pissed. Again, I mean, you guys are seeing the size of them, right? Like, you guys look at the fucking leg on him. It's huge. Like, he doesn't even fit in my fucking hand. This is a big one. A big ass statue. All right, here we go. Now we can hit this butt cheek. Hold on here. Let's get his inseam. It's not the first time he's seen something white and sticky there. Okay. Lip and grip. All right. And here we are. Here's the drum roll part. Hell yeah. Oh, I'm gonna have to hold that awkward. Probably should have done the legs before I did the arms, I guess. But let's check the cheeks. Cheeks are flush. Okay, we're in good shape then. It's like 3 times the size of the ones I normally like glue and do all this shit to. Yeah. Yeah, he came out really, really. I didn't think he was going to be this big, and then it was like, holy shit, he's huge, and mainly because of the legs. And his ass isn't fat either. I made sure of that. A little wide, but not fat. And yeah, he is together. Whew. Holy shit! Without snapping them yet. Now for the most difficult part of all. And this little tiny rock has got to support this big ass figure. And does it. Oh my god, that is not going to hold. Well, maybe. I'm currently holding it in with my fingers just to see. And I'm not going to lie at all. He is actually kind of impressive. But this guy did not angle this right for what I've got to do. And if I'm being hyper realistic here, it's time for me to pull out the glue gun. Regular Gorilla Glue is not just going to hold this thing up. It's got to be hot. There's no way that thing is holding up off those little connect points. I'm going to have to hit the whole sole of the shoe and push it to the rock. And even then, I'm going to be afraid of it tilting. Even worse, it's been 6 hours and I've really got to pee. So I got to hold off. Hey, I mean, look, the crack in the cheeks wasn't my call. However, it was funny because you see the crack in the cheeks on the other one I printed out. Like right now, it's like this, right? On the other one, it was like that. Like one was way off center, and I was like, oh shit, I can't use it. Breaking out the glue, pew pew. Yeah, we ain't fucking around this time, guys. Just praying it doesn't fall the hell apart. Or like the glue joint in the leg gives out or something like that while doing this because it's going to be brutal if it does. Let's see where we're at. I got what's coming through yet? Not yet. Yeah, come on. You can get hotter than that, baby. Yeah, get warm, baby. Get hot. Oh, we're starting to get some. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay. Try not to get this shit everywhere. Not helping. All right, here we go. Bottom of the shoe. Oh, God. Don't go around the side. God damn it. so awkward to do. Oh, shit. Slide in there. Lost my second string of it. No pun intended. Come on, get that shit on. Do it while this stuff's like red hot. All right. Kill all those strings off. There we go. Uh-oh. You motherfucker. Come on, lean back. One leg's being not cooperative. Ah! Come on. You can do it. You can do it all night long. Like, when this guy designed it, he definitely did not design it to lean back, which is what it needs to do. And I gotta be careful not to break it on base. You can get there. You too can do it. Let's give it a tilt. Pray the knee joint holds. Yep, that's what I was afraid of. Shit. I'm gonna have to come in with more hot glue under there. Really load that sucker up. Same thing with this one. Come on, you can hold. Come on, get that hold. Son of a bitch. Yeah, this asshole. The way he did this. Oh, no, I got a good enough hold. Let's lean him forward. Come on. Is he gonna fall? Is he gonna fall? Is he gonna fall? Huh? I mean, it's cool because it looks like he's pushing, like just touching the rock with his toes, right? Not so cool because that's the focal point for the weight on it. I might actually go behind. Really reinforcing the bond back there. Because, yeah, like he's delicate as shit. Same thing with this shoe. Let me see if I can get it where it builds up the glue. I want that glue like really crunching it. It's gonna fuck up this boots a little bit, but I'm all right with that. I would rather have fucked up looking boots at the very bottoms of the sole and be like, oh look, there's a fuck up in the boots, than snap, crackle, pop, up, the whole thing fell down, redo it. Yeah, straight up, great job, whoever made this model. Straight up, fuck you for the way you got to put it together. Yeah, it's too late, stranded. I've already I think I might have just pissed myself. But yeah, this one's huge. He's standing. I'm going to reinforce this boot again. I feel bad doing this because it's fucking up on the rock a bit. I can always cut away this excess too. On the outside of it so it hides a little better. Oh, shit. God damn it. You know, last time I had something stick to my finger and drag like that, I had a tissue in my other hand. I meant when I was gluing stuff. He is done. I think I got it. I think that's in there, kind of solid. Oh, holy shit! Yeah, I think he's actually in there. Let's see. Yeah, he's holding. All right. My cigarette burned out like 5 minutes ago, but I still had to hold it in my mouth. Normally, I do an outstretch on this. But he is so fucking big. I literally have to pull back the camera to a point I don't even know if I'm comfortable with. Please don't let go of my fucking camera. Camera started to slide. Not good. All right, there we go. Whew. Oh, come on. God damn it. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to P2. Okay, let's not be an asshole about this. I know my voice probably sounds hollow because I'm not aimed directly at the mic. I'm going to do this in a different way this time. All this shit out of the way. Get these yellows up. Put away my peaches. You guys can actually see me stacking the stuff back. Damn, I put that peach away wrong place. Pearlescence. Almost empty black and the regular black that I just opened. Black goodness. Blue up with the blues. Grays with the grays. I was like, what the hell did I use gray on? Forgot about the whole, the rock end of things. Oh, shit. Almost fell off the fucking chair. Almost fell into the toilet. All right. Let's see if we can't get this right. My voice still sounds hollow for some reason to me. I don't know why it sounds hollow. Hopefully that's better. All right, I'm going to be gentle as hell. But I should be able to move the camera back into position and get all of them at this point. So to give you guys an idea of how big he is, here's something in real life that you guys would be able to recognize instantly. That's my Rockstar can, 16 ounce. Here, hold on. Let me turn off the bottom comic book picture for you. This is how big he is. That's sitting at the base. Beans, have a great night. But yeah, so this should tell you just how big this model is. What else can I throw in here? Here you go. I got a Joker pop sitting here. So everybody knows the size of a pop vinyl. That's next to him. That's how big he is. He's fucking huge, guys. Like, it's ginormous, and it's hanging by two little points on the boots. Oh, you want to see it? Okay, I smoke hundreds, Bob. There's my pack of smokes. Oh, let me move that back so you guys can actually see it. That's a pack of smokes next to him, Bob. That's how big this one is. He is fucking ginormous. Let's turn down the lighting a little bit too. I got too much reflection. Let's see. Yellows, white. Let's go. This one I might even be able to do this and just turn it off so you can see them. But yeah, that's a pack of Pall Mall menthol hundreds next to him. He dwarfs anything that I've printed so far. Plug the hot glue gun. Yeah, this is definitely one of my bigger ones. If I had like a G.I. Joe or something, I'd stand it next to it. Actually, let's see. Yeah, here you go. Here's one for you. Let me grab it. Here's that Conan I painted for Smurf next to it. He is huge. There you go. Pack of playing cards next to it. That's a pack of standard playing cards. Look at that. Here's the top of the playing cards. Doesn't even come up to one of his knees. Ooh. Yeah, I was going to put a comic book behind him and just realized that's a comic book behind him. He's taller than the goddamn comic book. I got to find something to put behind him so I can lose the background on him. damn it. I am going to paint probably the Batman who laughs. He's much smaller than this, trust me. Holy shit. What do I have that I can put behind him? I don't even know what to put behind him. I'm trying to find something big enough to throw behind this bastard. I could probably do this. Oh, this will help a little. The only problem is the green's going to throw off everything in front of it. I guess if I did this and did this. Yeah, that doesn't work. God damn it. Let me see if I got something in the closet. All right, guys. Sorry about this. Give me 1 second. Let me go see if I can find something. Wait a minute. I think that kind of works. Would work if I just straighten that out a little bit. Drag that over a little bit. Big ass piece of cardboard behind him. Let me see. Both lights. Does it look better with the light off? What do you guys think? Should I put normally I fuck with the lighting and everything. I don't even know if I can this time. Oh shit, stranded. You stayed up all night? Should I like normally I would put some kind of color light on him, something like that. Should I stand something next to him? Yeah, you know what? I think you got it, Bob. I don't know. Maybe a lighter. Put the lighter out there so you can see how big it is next to a lighter. A Bic lighter. Most people know what a Bic lighter looks like and the size of it. Because this thing, holy shit. And what do you guys think? Did he come out good or does he look like shit? See, I can actually. Oh no, I'll have to adjust the camera if I zoom in. Right about there. Turn it around. Kind of. Give me 1 second. I'll spin them. Gotta be careful though. You can see, like it's just his toes holding them in on this base. You don't have a fat ass though. You know it's bad when I gotta bust out the hot Gorilla Glue gun. That's when you know something's huge. He's got to be like about a foot and a half tall. Jesus Christ, he's big. Dear Lord, guys. That's a big bitch. I don't even know what I'm going to do with him now. I mean, he's definitely getting a gloss coat. Can actually get a decent screenshot now, too. Save that off. Oh. And let's update our thumbnail. Yeah, that's the ticket. Woof. Oh. Yeah, I think he came out all right, guys. Let's see if I hit him with light, what happens. Saved off. We can change the coloring too. I want green, no blue. That's kind of cool, that effect, but we got that reflectiveness in the eyes because of the pearlescence, which is nice. Yeah, I'm going to say going with the low light is probably the way to go with this one just because of the size. Seizure alert. Oh, you're not wrong on that one, Bob. Um, so the animation, his eyes are actually white, and it's hard to see, but they're actually pearlescent. So when you get him in like normal ass light, not under camera light, his eyes will be like shiny and reflective. But I stayed away from the blue eyes because that's from the comic book. The picture you're seeing is actually from the comic. In the show, his eyes are actually white. Red. Nah, it's all too bright. Switch it back up to normal ass mode. Snap it off. Yeah, that washes him out way too much. Normal ass lighting, he looks perfect. Um, like, this is the cover of the comic, for example. Down here, this bottom right picture. Let me see if I can find one that is. Granted, I'm going to lose chat for a second on the side, but let's find one out of the cartoon. So here we go. We can sniff it and clip it and then put that up. Invincible. I'll replace the bottom picture with this one so you guys can see what I used as reference. Derp, derp, derp. let's turn that one off. Oh, no, I didn't want to turn that one off. God damn it, I'm fucking everything up now, guys. Like a Riri. We're just going to call that one image. Browse. Screens. There it is. Let's shrink this one down. We will place that image there. Lock that one in. How about now, Bob? Eyes look better now. Whoa. And that like cleaning up for you a little bit. Hopefully that is, maybe I'll use that as the screenshot. His eyes are buggy. Like even on the costume and on the show, they look buggy. So it's not you being drunk. It's just the way the character is actually like portrayed in the show, like his costume. Go in there. Save. Save that off. And let me update the shit. Let's update this. And where are you? There it is. Open. Save. All right, cool. Get some sleep, Stranded. I don't even have to shout you out through the whole show. That was kind of nice. Well, you got to hit out. Why do you got to get a? Isn't that your service record? Oh no, that's a DD 214. What are you hitting out for military service, buddy? Veterans administration shit. Oh, you're good, Bob. This is I'm basically shutting it down at this point anyway. I can actually do this, I guess. Put the game catches up in there too, huh? Yeah, it's big enough. My sign actually sits underneath of it. Anytime, Bob. Thank you for being an amazing viewer and being subscribed for as long as you have. Shout out to you. Shout out to Shrey, greatest mods on these interwebs. I am taking it down myself. God, I can't believe I got those feet to stick. Terrifying. Terrifying the way the statue sits. I don't like that at all. I'm going to avoid stuff where it's got like a minor contact point like that. From now on, I want to go with a stronger contact point. But yeah, thank you everybody who watched. Ian, thank you. Awesome. I'm glad you're aboard with this crew. And thanks for subscribing, guys. Thank you for hitting the like. Thank you for giving me something to talk about when I had nothing to talk about. Thank you to everybody who watches every week. Thank you, Rebel, for keeping me up on the news, my roving reporter. I appreciate you. Steve Kerfuffle, our man on the streets, I miss you, brother. I hope everything's well with you, and we see you again soon. Shout out to Beans, Mr. Six, if he's ever out there. Forever Demonetized, thank you. Maybe I didn't forget you this time. Thank you for watching, Smurf. Appreciate the hell out of you, even though you're just listening to this thing, okay? I'll see Smurf tomorrow night. I'll be back tomorrow night. Smurf and I, once again, on Valheim, getting construction stuff, starting to work on the base, all that, and anticipating this new combat slash I guess, quality of life update that's supposed to be out soon for Valheim. We're going to have Helldivers 2 coming very soon. I think that comes out 26, same day as Gears of War. So it's going to be a fight for which game I'm going to be playing. But guaranteed there's going to be a whole bunch of streams coming up because as I get into them, if they're good games, I'll get into them. But we're not going to kill off the painting and all that and 3D modeling. But thank you, everybody, for watching and sticking around, hitting that like, subscribing, and just being cool. I appreciate you, whether you're listening as a podcast or you're, actually watching the art or just signing off with the merry band of misfits. Well, actually, the merry crew of misfits, because we are kind of on a pirate ship here. I appreciate you. So, everybody hang tough. I'll see you on Friday. Try and have a great night. I'll see you tomorrow night, 8 o'clock Eastern Standard, and Valheim with Smurf. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everybody have a great night. And remember, until next time, don't take shit from anybody. Good night.